So very much I forget to pray for the angels, and then the angels forget to pray for us. So long, Marianne, it's time that we began to laugh and cry and cry and laugh about it all again. We met dark. Oh, so long, Marianne. Time we began to laugh and cry and cry and laugh about it all again. Your letters, they all say that you're beside me now. Then why do I feel alone? I'm standing on a ledge and your fine spider web is fastening my ankle to a stone. Now so long, Marianne, it's time that we began to laugh and cry and cry and laugh about it all again. For now I need your hidden love. I'm cold as a new razor blade. You left when I told you I was curious. I never said that I was brave. Oh, so long, Marianne. It's time that we began to laugh and cry and cry and laugh about it all. Oh, you are really such a pretty one. I see you've gone and changed your name again. And just when I climb this whole mountainside to wash my eyelids in the rain, oh, so long, Marianne, time we began to laugh and cry and cry and laugh about it all.
tosse, todo mundo tossindo.
Menina, eu sou o menino dela. Ela é o meu amor e eu sou o amor todinho dela. Chega, mão. A lua prateada se escondeu e só dourado apareceu. Amanheceu um lindo dia, cheirando alegria, pois eu sonhei e acordei pensando nela. Pois ela é minha menina e eu sou o menino dela. Ela é o meu amor. Sou o amor todinho dela. A roseira já deu rosa e a rosa que eu ganhei foi ela. Ela põe meu coração na frente da razão e vou dizer pra todo mundo como gosto dela. Pois ela é minha menina e eu sou o menino dela. Ela é o meu amor e eu sou o amor todinho dela. Vai, Jorge! Que isso? A lua prateada se escondeu e o sol dourado apareceu. Amanheceu um lindo dia, cheirando alegria, pois eu sonhei e acordei pensando nela. Pois ela é minha menina.
said to me he wanted to be near to me. He said he never wanted to be out of my sight. But it's too late to give this boy my love tonight. Please wait at the gate of heaven for me, Terry. He said to me he wanted to be close by my side. We had a quarrel, I was untrue on the night he died. And it's too late to tell this boy how great he was. Please wait at the gate of heaven for me, Terry. He rode into the night, accelerated his motorbike. I cried to him in fright, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. He said to me, you are the one I want to be with. He said to me, you are the one whom my love I shall give. One day he'll know how hard I prayed for him to live. Please wait at the gate of heaven for me, Terry. He rode into the night, accelerated his motorbike. I cried to him in fright, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. He said to me, you are the one I want to be with. He said to me, you are the one whom my love I shall give. One day he'll know how hard I prayed for him to live. Please wait at the gate of heaven for me, Terry. Terry.
Ça vous a plu, hein? Écoutez.
Moi, ce que j'ai que d'autrefois, c'était également des droits.
Il faut croire que c'est la société qui a définitivement abîmé. Qu'est-ce qu'on n'a pas écrit sur elle et moi?
On prétend que nous tuons de sang-froid.
C'est pas drôle, mais on est bien obligé
De faire taire celui qui se met à gueuler. Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde. garage ou qu'une banque se fait braquer.
Pour la police, ça ne fait pas de mystère.
C'est signé
Clyde Barrow,
Bonnie Parker, Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde.
Maintenant, chaque fois qu'on essaie de se ranger,
De s'installer tranquille dans un meublé.
dans les 3 jours, voilà le tac tac tac.
Des mitraillettes qui reviennent à l'attaque. Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde.
Un de ces 4, nous tomberons ensemble. Moi je m'en fous, c'est pour Bonnie que je tremble.
Quelle importance qu'il me fasse la peau. Moi, Bonnie, je tremble pour Clyde Barrow. Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde.
De toute façon, il ne pouvait plus s'en sortir.
La seule solution, c'était mourir.
Mais plus d'un les a suivis en enfer.
Quand sont morts Barrow et Bonnie Parker, Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde.
But I'm about to get sick.
Check, check, check.
Checking out the news until my eyeballs fail to see. I mean to say that every day is just another rotten mess. And when it's gonna change, my friend, is anybody's guess. So I'm watching and I'm waiting, hoping for the best. Even think I go to praying every time I hear them saying that there's no way to delay that trouble coming every day. No way to delay that trouble coming every day. Wednesday I watched the riot, I seen the cops out on the street. Watch them throwing rocks and stuff and choking in the heat. Listen to reports about the whiskey passing round. Seen the smoke and fire and the market burning down. Watch while everybody on your street would take a turn. They'll stomp and smash and bash and crash and slash and bust and burn. And I'm watching and I'm waiting, hoping for the best. Even think I'll go to praying every time I hear them saying that there's no way to delay that trouble coming every day. No way to delay that trouble coming every day. Well, you can cool it, you can heat it, 'cause baby I don't need it. Take your TV tube and eat it, and all that phony stuff on sports and all the unconfirmed reports. You know, I watched that rotten box until my head began to hurt. From checking out the way the newsmen say they get the dirt before the guys on channel so-and-so, and further they assert that any show they'll interrupt to bring you news if it comes up. They say that if the place blows up, they will be the first to tell, 'cause the boys they got downtown are working hard and doing swell. And if anybody gets the news before it hits the street, they say that no one blabs it faster, their coverage can be beat. And if another woman driver gets machine gun from a seat, they'll send some joker with a brownie and you'll see it all complete. So I'm watching and I'm waiting, hoping for the best. Even think I'll go to praying every time I hear them saying that there's no way to delay that trouble coming every day. No way to delay that trouble coming every day.
Hey, you know something, people? I'm not black, but there's a whole lot of times I wish I could say I'm not white. Well, I've seen the fires burning and the local people turning on the merchants and the shops who used to sell their brooms and mops and every other household item. Watch a mob just turn and bite them, and they say it served them right because a few of them were white. And it's the same across the nation, black and white discrimination. Yeah, and you can't understand me and all that other jazz they hand me in the papers and TV and all that mass stupidity that seems to grow more every day. Each time you hear something would say he wants to go and do you in, cause the color of your skin just don't appeal to him, no matter if it's black or white, because he's out for blood tonight. To sit around at home and watch this thing begin, but I'll bet there won't be many live to see it really end, cause the fire in the street ain't like the fire in the heart. And in the eyes of all these people, don't you know that this could start on any street in any town, in any state if any clown decides that now's the time to fight for some ideal he thinks is right. And if a million more agree, there ain't no great society as it applies to you and me. Our country isn't free, and the law refuses to see if all that you can ever be is just a lousy janitor. And unless your uncle owns the store, you know that 5 in every 4 just won't amount to nothing more. They'll watch the rats go across the floor and make up songs about being poor. Blow your harmonica, son.
That night Cutie called a cab. She left her east side room so drab. She went out on the town, knowing it will make her lover frown.
Death cab for Judy. Death cab for Judy.
Someone's gonna make you pay your fare. The cab was racing through the night.
Baby, don't do it.
His eyes in the mirror keeping Cutie in sight.
Baby, don't do it.
When he saw Cutie, it gave him a thrill. Don't you know, baby, curves can kill.
Death cab for Judy. Death cab for Judy.
Someone's gonna make you pay your fare. Judy, don't you play with fate, don't leave your lover alone. If you go out of the state, his heart will turn to stone. Bad girl, Cutie, what have you done?
Baby, don't do it.
Slip and sliding down a highway 31. The traffic lights changed from green to red. They tried to solve, but they both wound up dead.
Death cab for Cutie. Death cab for Cutie.
Someone's gonna make you pay your fare. Someone's gonna make you pay your fare.
Someone's gonna make
You pay your fare. Someone's gonna make you pay your fare.
I'm not the kind to complain that I never had a girl to love. Many fine girl I tried hard to know, but I think I never tried enough. Sitting one day by myself and I'm thinking what could be wrong, when this funny little hedgehog comes running up to me and he starts up to sing me this song. Oh, you know all the words and you sung all the notes, but you never quite learned the song she sung. I can tell by the sadness in your eyes that you never quite learned the song. Every day when the sun go down and the evening is so very still, many fine girl I've held in my arms, and I hope there's many more that I will. But just when everything is going fine and absolutely nothing is wrong, this funny little hedgehog's always around, and every time he wants to sing me this song. Oh, you know all the words and you sung all the notes, but you never quite learned the song she sung. I can tell by the sadness in your eyes that you never quite learned the song. One day when the moon was full, I thought I might settle down. Found myself a pretty little girl and I stopped all my running around. But just when the preacher come along and he's just gonna pop on the ring, this funny little hedgehog comes running down the aisle. I don't have to tell you what he did sing. Oh, you know all the words and you sung all the notes, but you never quite learned the songs you sung. I can tell by the sadness in your eyes that you never quite learned the song. I'm not the kind to complain that I never had a girl to love. Many fine girl I've tried hard to know, but I think I've never tried enough. But now I'll be looking all my days, and it isn't just me I gotta please. There's this funny little hedgehog who's always around, and the only words he ever sings to me are these. Oh, you know all the words and you sung all the notes, but you never quite learned the songs you sung. I can tell by the sadness in your eyes that you never quite learned the song. I'm not the kind to complain.
Oh, the rich people want what the poor people got, and the poor people want what the rich people got, and the skinny people want what the fat people got, and the fat people want what the skinny people got. You can never get anybody in this world. The short people want what the tall people got, and the tall people want what the short people got. The little kids want what the big kids got, and the big kids want what the little kids got. You can never see anybody in this world. Oh, the girls with short hair want long hair, and the girls with long hair want short hair. Oh, the boys with cars want motorcycles, and the boys with motorcycles want cars. You can never please anybody in this world. It doesn't matter what you do, it doesn't matter what you say. There will always be one who wants it the opposite way. It doesn't matter where you go, it doesn't matter who you see. There will always be someone who disagrees. We do our best, we try to please, but we're like the rest. We're never at ease. Oh, the rich people want what the poor people got, and the poor people want what the rich people got, and the skinny people want what the fat people got, and the fat people want what the skinny people got. You can never please anybody in this world.
must be some kind of way out of here. Say the joker to the thief. There's too much confusion. I can't get no relief. Businessman there, drink my wine. Plowman, dig my earth. None will level on the mine. Nobody of it is worth. Hey.
Welcome back, everyone, as you take your seats. Just so everybody knows, we are streaming these panels and topics and the discussions on Divots and on our website. So if, just in case you get a chance, you miss some of these great conversations, you get a chance to see it later. Wow, we got a great first panel topic, which is transformation and contact. The future starts today. To moderate this discussion, we have my big brother, Lieutenant General Guy Swan, U.S. Army retired, and AUSA Senior Fellow and President of Swan and Associates. Let's give him a round of applause.
Okay, I guess I'm up then. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for coming back. Sometimes we're a little cautious about what kind of audience we're going to have after a break, but appreciate you being here. That demonstrates your interest in what the Army's doing in this concept called transformation and contact that we're going to be talking about today. Before I get into the discussion with our teammates here, I wanted to mention a couple of things. First of all, if you have not seen it, I want to draw your attention to an article by General Brown, President and CEO of AUSA, that was published yesterday in Breaking Defense. And if you have not seen that, the article is "The U.S. Army at 250. It is still the linchpin of the joint force." The article is very timely outside the administration and elsewhere. So Breaking Defense, published yesterday, great article. I highly recommend that to you. We're gonna have a good conversation on TIC, transformation and contact, with this august group, but you need to be part of this too. Alex will be going around with question cards, just like we did earlier for the fireside chat and at other AUSA events, so that we can get your questions. That's very important as we all try to understand better and support what the Army's doing in its modernization effort. Let me just start out by saying the Army is the most flexible and lethal ground combat force in the world today, and that goes without saying. But the world is changing rapidly, some would say almost daily. So to meet the host of emerging challenges, the Army must rely on continuous transformation. We heard a bit about that this morning from General Hodney and General Miller. Continuous transformation as the engine to manage change, identify mission-critical needs, and to stay ahead of our adversaries and enemies. The key to remaining dominant against evolving and emerging threats in an era of rapid change is to leverage what the Army Chief of Staff, General Randy George, has called transformation and contact. By putting critical equipment in the hands of our warfighters as quickly and as efficiently as possible, the Army intends to set conditions that will deliver the total force envisioned for the Army's warfighting concept in the period 2030 to 2040. According to the Chief, and I quote, "We have to be leaner in our formations. We're going to have to be more nimble and more mobile in our formations. We're going to have to be lower signature in our formations. We know all of that. And we're going to be ruthless about how we get to that point and do it as fast as possible." The Army set out on a very aggressive path to identify specific units and organizations that will lead this modernization effort, which we'll talk about here this morning. But perhaps one of the most innovative elements to transformation and contact is the role of our industry partners. Industry representatives have always been on the ground supporting the Army, but in today's context, those same industry partners are now embedded at the lowest levels of our Army, side by side with our soldiers, working to accelerate the adoption of new technologies in real time. We're going to talk about all of that as well. And given all of that and what you heard earlier from General Miller and General Hodney, we put together a world-class panel of experts who are living the transformation in contact dream every day. I'll start down at the far end here with Lieutenant General Joe Ryan. You all know he is the Deputy Chief of Staff, G357 for the U.S. Army, and Whether he likes it or not, he is the point man on the Army staff for transformation and contact, the chief's lead agent. He's previously commanded the 25th Infantry Division in Hawaii, service with U.S. Forces Afghanistan, Chief of Staff of the 18th Airborne Corps, DCG for support at the 4th Infantry Division, so well qualified to lead this effort. Next to General Ryan is Tara Murphy Doherty. She's the CEO of Govini. You've seen that name around the building here. Her company is the presenting sponsor for the Global Force Symposium, and we thank her for her support there, and equally for her role on this panel. Her company is a software development firm that focuses, very importantly, on improving defense acquisition systems. So she is the right person to join this group. Previously, she was Govini's president before becoming the CEO. She's worked in the Office of the Secretary of Defense as Chief of Staff for Global Strategy Affairs. She's on the board of directors for the National Defense Industrial Association and the National Defense University Foundation. Next to her is Brigadier General Rob Bourne. He's the Deputy Commanding General for Maneuver for the 1st Cavalry Division. Previously, he was the commander of, were you commander of 1st Brigade in the 101st?
I was, sir.
Oh, great
Best
organization. Okay. He was the deputy commander for support for the division prior to his current position. We're very interested in his comments about the division's recent deployment to Europe and what knowledge they gained while they were there. Next is Brigadier General Phil Kinnery. He's dual-hatted as the Commandant of the Infantry School at the Army's Maneuver Center of Excellence and the Director of the Soldier Lethality Cross-Functional Team. So General Kinnery comes at this from a multiple points of view. He was the Deputy Commander for Operations in the 101st, Commander of 2nd Brigade Combat Team in the 82nd Airborne Division, service with U.S. forces in Afghanistan, and the G3 for the 82nd Airborne Division. Next to him is Colonel Chris Dempsey, currently the commander of the 1st Armored Brigade Combat Team in the 1st Team, the 1st Cavalry Division. His unit was recently designated as a TIC brigade, and we're going to get into what TIC brigades are all about. As the Army moves from the lighter brigades to the heavier brigades, Chris's organization is going to be right in the middle of that. Former commander of 166 Armor in 4th Infantry Division, former G357 at the Combined Arms Center at Fort Leavenworth. So with all of that long introduction, a lot of knowledge here about what the Army is going through in its transformation process, and more specifically what we're doing in TIC. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask each of them to kind of give us some views from their foxholes, and then we'll do some questions. And while you hear their comments, please formulate your own questions for them so we can get to your questions as well. So with that, I'm going to start with General Ryan, sir. Off to you.
Thank you, General Swan, sir. And good morning, everybody. General Brown, Sergeant Major Daly, great to see you both. General Rainey, sir, hello. Mr. Fitzgerald, great to see you too. A lot of friends in the audience. Scott, Jamie, I see you getting the band back together over there. Good to see. Brian, hello. I'll stop there because I could probably go on for days. Biggs, Sean, thanks. I'm extremely thankful to be here today, and I'm very thankful to be on the panel here. General Swan, sir, thank you for the great introduction. Chris, Phil, Rob, great to be here with you. A special thanks to Tara, because I told her that when I told the chief I was coming down, he said, "No, you're not." And he said, who's on this panel that you're going to? And I said, well, Tara's on from Govini. And he said, okay, you can go. So I have a special thanks for her to allow me to get down here and to give me a chance to get out of Washington, which, as you know, is a little bit, we're a little bit fired up right now. We got a lot going on. So it's good to be in Huntsville. I'll stop there on that particular topic.
Don't get in trouble, Joe.
Yes, sir. Let me give you all a word picture, because we're talking about transform and contact, and the active word in that statement is transform, and I want to give you just something to think about and put in your head. A fiber optic quadcopter that has a 40-kilometer range and can carry a 10-kilometer payload that's impervious to electronic warfare and electronic attack. We are so far behind. We are so far behind. And I like to read about the confidence in our national defense, in our military, and in our industrial base, about all of the things we have and can do. But transforming in contact is about actually doing, not talking, not saying, about actually doing. So I'm thankful that you all are here, and I hope if you walk out of here with one thing in your head, it's about the need to actually do, to actually transform, and that's what transforming in contact is all about. 16 months ago, General Rainey and I and my predecessor, Patrick Matlock, and the chief sat in his office, and we talked about transform in contact. And it started as, let's get the next-gen squad weapon to 3rd Brigade of the 101st in Romania, who are, quote-unquote, in contact with the enemy. Okay, today, those units that have been impacted by transform in contact, 4 corps, 9 divisions, over 20 brigades, all 3 of the MDTFs, the multi-domain task forces we have, soft units, and most importantly, Headquarters Department of the Army, because we're in the process of turning this ship around to do things differently. Process, materiel acquisition, organizational development, organizational change. Transform in contact, 2 primary lines of effort. One is materiel and tech experimentation and innovation, very important. And as General Swan said in the green room before we came out, a lot of people think about transform in contact and they immediately go to the materiel. What do I think about? I think about the organization. I think about organizational change, and I think about the way we prototype specific organizations to use that technology to change the way we are fundamentally organized to fight. Transformation, defined. Change, in a thorough and comprehensive change in form, appearance, and character of a thing. That character word is important because General Swan talked about the changing character of warfare. We're not talking about in transformation a change in the nature of the thing. We're not talking about in transform in contact a change in the nature of warfare, but we are talking about a change in the character of warfare. And transformation in contact allows the Army to keep up with those changes in the character of warfare. Let me give you a couple of stats, and then I'll transition to Tara here so she can talk about something much more interesting probably to all of you. In Transform in Contact 1.0, which Joe Ryan defined as those actions we took starting in fiscal year 24 to start to change the Army and make changes to 3 brigade combat teams. 2nd Brigade of the 101st, 2nd Brigade of the 25th, and then 3rd Brigade, 10th Mountain Division. In the year of execution, with a fixed budget, we didn't have a lot of flexibility, but what we did do was we reallocated fielding of specific items of equipment. Great appreciation for our acquisition professionals who helped us do that very rapidly. And then we spent a sum total, we were able to free up by the end of the year and spend a sum total of $15 million, which to all of you, knowing the size of the Army budget is not a lot of money. But we spent a sum total of $15 million to transform those 3 brigade combat teams, in addition to the reallocation of already fielded and fielding material. Since then, we've either allocated or we plan to allocate over $1 billion toward Transform in Contact, starting here in FY25 through FY27. We fielded in TIC 1.0, we fielded 360 unmanned aerial systems, about 800 mobility platforms. Probably the most popular of those is the infantry squad vehicle, 50 counter UAS systems, 20 persistent low Earth orbit communication systems, and about 10 electronic warfare systems. So certainly something Not anything to sneeze at, but not a huge lift. Since then, we've got plans to field over 1,100 UAS systems, more than 250 electronic warfare systems, over 2,000 mobility platforms, 1,200 counter-UAS systems, and the list goes on. And we're impacting, as I said, more and more units across the Army with Transform in Contact every day. The last thing I'll say, because the chief would not be happy if I didn't leave with this, none of this would be possible if we didn't have a great effort toward an agile funding strategy with our Congress and our appropriators. Without agility in funding, and that means combining budget line items to be able to react quickly to changes in technology, not buying a specific program or record, ladies and gentlemen, but being able to buy an item in a menu of systems, a menu of platforms, a menu of capabilities using the same funding that we've already got. No increase in top line for the Army, but simply making that funding more agile so that I can pick the best of breed and deliver it to the warfighter. Incredibly important, and probably if we can get it done in a budget someday that we might get, because we don't have one now, still operating in a CR, we might be able to realize an even more capable way to deliver combat capability to the warfighter in terms of tech. So I'll stop there. Look forward to your questions. Tara, over to you.
Great, thanks. And thank you, General Swan, for the introduction. Thanks to AUSA for having Gavini here. Thank you, General Rainey, for hosting. And thanks to my panelists. You all are impressive, and I know I look like I fit right in at this table. So as you heard in the introduction, Gavini is a defense software company, and we build software products for two processes that I believe have been largely ignored by the commercial tech sector: acquisition and logistics. And in the context of the article that was referenced earlier, I hope we'll be talking more about logistics today. But I thought what would be more helpful, rather than talk about Gavini or acquisition in the Army or logistics in the Army, maybe just step back initially and share a couple of thoughts just from a broader industry perspective. One is, I would say there has never been a better time to be an industry partner to the United States Army. That, I think, is probably the most contrarian thing I will say all week, certainly all day, because usually the conversation that we're having is about why it's so damn hard and why the relationship is broken, why we're not talking or communicating to each other effectively. But that is not the reality right now. And I believe it's largely due to the leadership of General George and General Rainey, who have, among other things, transformed the way that the Army thinks about industry partnerships. Number one, they have been very vocal that breadth and diversity of industry partners is critical. And I put it that way because one of the resounding messages has not been out with the old and in with the new. It's been both. We need a broad array of types of companies to build a broad array of types of military capabilities. And so this movement has been about broadening industry partnerships. And yes, bringing in companies with emerging technologically innovative capabilities that help the Army go faster, fight better, be more lethal, and contribute to the mission and the cause. But it does need to be both. They also have revolutionized, and this one I will give credit to Army Futures Command in particular, the way that the Army is thinking about requirements. And yes, there is a very long way to go still in this regard, but moving into a much more rapid, iterative cycle of thinking about adaptive requirements, adaptively what does the warfighter, what does a soldier need, is so much more not just effective, but compatible with the way that all of industry operates and builds products and frankly even delivers services. And so that shift in requirements from the traditional mode to one that is very aligned, actually, with transformation and contact's core principles of being iterative, being continuous, is highly effective today. We're seeing this in some programs already, but it also bodes very well for the future. General Ryan, I love the fact that you just directly stated a point that I believe to be very true, that I think industry thinks about quite a bit, which is we are very behind. And there is a time element to this as well. In industry, we feel a great degree of urgency to transform the kinds of capabilities that the Army is relying on. And I just want to underscore the fact that all of us who run businesses in this space, whether it is the traditional defense companies or it's new defense tech companies, we build our businesses to win. And part of winning is losing. You can't win if you don't accept that sometimes you're going to lose. We do not need participation trophies. We need you to make bets, pick winners, to be decisive, to take bold action. Sometimes you'll pick our company, you'll pick our product, you'll pick our people, and sometimes you won't because it's not the best thing for the Army. That's okay. Stop running the 55 different pilots once you've learned your lesson, and go with the company and the product and the capability that meets your need. We will be okay. And if we aren't, then the market will take care of those companies. So just embrace the decision. Yeah. And then the final point that I would make is transformation and contact. We're very excited about, for all the reasons I think we're going to get into in detail today, that General Swan and General Ryan both highlighted at a high level. But none of it matters or works without change in acquisition. I think I said at the outset I wouldn't talk about Army acquisition, but I'm not sure I'm capable of that. The process of putting different capabilities into the hands of soldiers, getting them these more than touch points, actual engagements, means you get this immediate and rapid and highly valuable feedback. Once you have that feedback, ideally you're sorting these capabilities into something that roughly looks like scale it, adapt it because it wasn't quite perfect but we think it's promising, or kill it. And the first two aspects of that framework require you to be engaged with your acquisition partners. That process is horribly fundamentally broken today. So as you make a bet on one of these capabilities and it moves into ASAult land, that might be the most exquisite, best capability that the Army could invest in. And then do you know how it gets managed in program land? In a spreadsheet. It gets monitored with data calls. It gets reported on in PowerPoint spreadsheets. It is so broken and so behind. And so then there's a problem with parts, and there are challenges with suppliers. And it turns out that operational availability rates are historically low. That is because in the acquisition ecosystem, we are operating like it is the 1960s, instead of keeping pace with where we are from a technology and capability perspective today. So I urge you to think about transformation in the acquisition space as well.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. I think you're good there, Rob.
Okay. Good morning, teammates. It is my honor to represent Major General Tom Felty, Pegasus 6, and the first team here on this panel today. I believe we have a video. If we could roll the video, that'd be great.
Hope you got it.
Okay, first team. So the 1st Cavalry Division headquarters recently returned from its mission in Yukon. In fact, we're doing our color casing ceremony this Thursday. So that just shows you the recency of our return. Lots of lessons learned and great experiences, but 2 that I think are really germane to the topic today. The first one is support to the Security Assistance Group Ukraine and the tremendous insights and knowledge that we gained on the character of warfare in that conflict, as well as mission command of the 3rd Brigade, 10th Mountain Division, as they executed TIC while deployed to UCOM, culminating in a combined resolve rotation at JMRC, which really was the culmination of their TIC experience. And so, one of the things that General Felty really wanted me to reinforce is the criticality of the division headquarters in support of TIC 2.0, which we are referring to as Pegasus Charge. And so Pegasus Charge is brigade-centric. Chris Dempsey is going to talk about, his preparation of 1st Brigade for that. We've gained tremendous insights from the brigades that have gone through it already. But the role of the division is absolutely important. And so we believe in the necessity of all-arms maneuver in the 1st Cavalry Division, and you're seeing that in the future warfighting concept. But the idea of all-arms maneuver versus a previous focus on fire and movement is critical. And so the assets and capabilities required to be successful in all-arms maneuver is not resident, organic in a brigade combat team, and it never will be. So we're viewing this approach to all-arms maneuver as the division's ability to set conditions with all arms in support of a brigade in the close fight. Our approach to Pegasus Charge is not based on material, as General Ryan alluded to. Material is important, but we believe that taking a .mil-PF perspective is extremely important, and I'm going to talk a little bit about doctrine, organization, and training with respect to our approach. First, doctrine. We believe that capturing how we fight with this new organization, how we fight based off of the learning requirements, learning objectives, and learning events is extremely important to keep pace with emerging character of warfare. And so the division headquarters has a responsibility to support 1st Brigade at the conclusion of one of its learning events to not just have lessons learned and relearned or lessons observed and reobserved, but to actually capture it and begin writing the doctrine that's going to inform how we fight in the future. And we fully recognize that is an endeavor that we need to have synchronized with multiple enterprise partners, Maneuver Center of Excellence, et cetera. But that is an area of tremendous focus for the division. Organization. Chris is going to talk about how they are going to experiment with organization within the brigade. Armored Cavalry Squadron, Combined Arms Battalion, the Armored Strike Company. But from a division perspective, we think we have some great opportunities to transform at the division level. So one of those things is transition of the 36th Engineer Brigade to a Division Engineer Brigade as part of the Armored Strike Division task organization. And 36th Engineer Brigade, along with 20th Engineer Brigade, are doing some tremendous work with respect to unmanned reduction of obstacles. And so we look forward to that partnership. And then once they become part of the division, that'll be absolutely a division effort, and it's going to inform how we fight and how we reduce obstacles on the complex battlefield. Our Air Cavalry Brigade has been identified as the first TIC aviation unit. And so, how we use them in all-arms maneuver in that process. We're also looking at the potential addition, I don't want to get ahead of General Ryan, but the potential addition of rocket artillery back into the Divardi and the criticality of that capability to support all-arms maneuver in the close fight and set conditions for the brigade. And so that's really important. And then finally, we are very keen to understand how transformation looks like from a sustainment perspective. We are the first Armored Brigade combat team to execute this, and I think everybody here knows the criticality and the heavy lift that it is to sustain armor formations at the speed of combat. And so what are the functions, what is the organization of our division sustainment brigade? Everything from our Army common stockage list for the parts that we carry around the battlefield to reduce the signature, as General George identified as one of our requirements, to the methodology of ordering parts, and then just the size and scope of our brigade and division sustainment areas. We're also working with 13th Armored Corps Sustainment Command, which is our 3rd Corps sustainment element, and they are tremendous teammates, and they are extremely excited about some of the opportunities that we have to look at sustainment, not as an afterthought, but as we are executing how we support success in the close fight. And then from a training perspective, the division has a warfighter in fiscal year 26, and the train up for that warfighter aligns quite well with 1st Brigade, 1st Cavalry Division's Pegasus charge training timeline. And so many of the critical events at the division level will be synchronized with the learning events executed by 1st Brigade, and so those are opportunities for us to exercise mission command and that we don't lose sight over the interoperability requirements that are going to be necessary, because if you have a brigade that transforms and they have kind of bespoke mission command capabilities, and they're extremely capable of communicating internally, but they can't communicate adjacent or to higher units, that is potentially a challenge. And so that we're going to make sure that we have opportunities to exercise mission command of a unit that is also transforming in contact. And so those are all awesome opportunities, and I look forward to the question and answer, and I'll pass it on to Phil Kennery. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm the Chief of Infantry, the Commandant of the U.S. Army Infantry Schoolhouse at Fort Benning. And it's really, well, I also wear a hat as the Soldier Lethality CFT under Army Futures Command. And what's really comforting is that 3 gentlemen in here, General Brown, General Rainey, and General Hodney, are sitting in the audience and have had my job. So it's always good to have people that are going to sit here and evaluate you. But as the infantry commandant, I get the opportunity to develop and lead training and develop doctrine on employing combat power. But as the director of the Soldier Lethality CFT, I develop structure and architecture to build that combat power. So today, I just really want to focus on the architecture. Last month, I introduced to industry the concept of squad as a system, the Army's new formation-based approach to equipping the infantry squad. So we recognize the squad is the most complex and variable weapon system on the battlefield. It's the only weapon system with hundreds of capabilities that were developed and procured individually with little to no thought how they would interact, and much less how they integrate. Squad as a system centers on the understanding that soldiers within that squad serve in different roles and capacities within the squad, but they have to work together as a system. It's a formation-based approach because we fight formations. Naturally, the traditional approach has always resulted in a lot of redundancies, and redundancy adds weight. Squad as a system will redefine how we equip the squads. It will force us to focus on lethality, agility, and integration. So reducing the soldier's load is not a new idea. It's not novel, and we've been talking about it for generations. When we talk about the soldier's load, inevitably somebody will tell me that they called it something different, and they had a great initiative that they sponsored and tried to push to unburden the soldier. I will tell you that it's an extremely hard problem to solve, but we as Army leaders would be derelict in our duty if we quit trying to solve it. So with this new approach to solving an old problem, we're asking industry to help us solve it. But we also need to help industry help us. And what we plan to do is establish a common architecture that they can build to. The transformation in contact tells us that an effective integration requires architecture that we can effectively communicate to industry so they and we no longer are producing things in a vacuum. Going forward, we'll focus on the common architecture to optimize the performance of the squad and not just the individual. We must reduce redundancy and increase combat power. We must reduce weight and increase combat power. We must reduce the cognitive load and increase combat power. And we must improve efficiency and increase combat power. So I'm here to champion the formation-based approach as we transform and modernize so we can build combat power. So our success hinges on this architecture. It's the architecture that allows us to transform today and transform in contact. The architecture establishes what we're calling building codes to our industry partners so they can deliver the plug-and-play technology and capabilities that our soldiers need. So I'll stop there because I also have a Warriors Corner that I'll give a shameless plug out for at 15:45. We're going to dig deeper into the squad as a system. So I enjoy and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, good morning, everybody, and thanks for having me here. I'm happy to be here. This is the first panel that I've done in a forum like this. I don't know who invited me. Maybe it was by accident, but I appreciate being here. And to the gentleman in the front, it's good to see you all again. I'm certain that I will take more from both this panel and this experience here than I give, but I'll do my best. So, just recent history of the 1st Brigade, 1st Cavalry Division. I took command in November of 22, so I've been at this for a little while, and I'll change out of command in June. But we have done just some kind of major training events. The National Training Center in the summer of 23, we did an Operation Remagen Ready, which is the largest wet gap crossing exercise at Fort Cavazos in the fall of 23. And then as General Bourne just mentioned, my brigade was deployed to 8 different sites across 4 different countries in Europe over the past 9 months. I came off leave yesterday, so my wife is really happy that I'm here today. So I got back about 3 weeks ago. We found out that we were a TIC 2.0 brigade around August or September of last year, and so we're relatively new at this, and so I want to echo General Ryan's comments about being behind, and let me refine that from my foxhole, and that is ABCTs are way behind IBCTs and SBCTs. And that's nobody's fault, and I'll talk about, I think, a couple of reasons why that might be the case. But I look at this, at industry and collaboration and organizational change and training change from an ABCT perspective, so I know that I'm biased in that. But I try to understand all sides of it. I also want to echo Tara's and General Ryan's comments about action. There is a lot of talk about TIC 2.0, 1.0, but I am interested in doing things about it, and I'm interested in experimenting and, driving change to take something from my previous assignment at the Combined Arms Center. I think it might be helpful to frame my comments around a couple of questions that I've been asking myself, and maybe might be interesting to this audience. What does transformation and contact look like at the brigade level? So, for me, from my perspective, we don't have any new equipment yet. That's coming, but to General Bourne's point, we are looking at and are doing things in the organizational change, the training aspect, leader development, and preparing for the materiel to come. I think the biggest thing, at least from my perspective, at the brigade level, the biggest change that transformation and contact provides is the opportunity and the freedom to experiment. I've been in the Army for 25 years, and I don't know that I've ever experienced an environment, and this is a credit to Army senior leaders, an environment to experiment, and as Tara talked about, to make mistakes and to try things, and maybe it works and maybe it does not. I also want to tell you that this is happening. People are doing things. My peers, and I owe a huge debt to my peers, brigade commanders around the Army, And there's a group of us that get together every month over Teams and talk about different things that different brigades are doing. In fact, my Brigade XO is in Italy right now with the 173rd at their Innovation Symposium. So there's a lot of doing happening across the Army. From my perspective, why are we transforming, and how do we message that to my formation? I think for IBCTs and SBCTs, it's out of necessity. You know, there's organizational changes required when you lose a cavalry squadron. Organizational change will be required in my brigade when I lose my engineer battalion in the coming months, and when the artillery battalion is reorganized under DeVarty. So there's reasons why. It's not just we're doing this in a vacuum. It's also, in my view, imperative for whatever the next conflict will look like. And nobody knows, if you've seen Nate Bargatze, nobody knows what the next conflict will look like, but we have a pretty good test case in Ukraine, and we learned a lot while we were deployed in Europe from our partners, from our allies, from Ukrainian brigades, and I'll talk about that in a second. And I understand that there's, you know, there are multiple theaters, and so that, you know, we could end up in any theater, but I think some of the lessons that we've learned apply no matter where we go. What have we done at the brigade level? So get to the action piece of it. The first thing is learned a lot. So one of my battalions, while we were deployed to Europe, was sent to Grafenwehr training area to train an entire brigade of Ukrainians that was then going to go fight. And so, as you might imagine, we learned a lot more from them than they did from us. And so we picked up on those lessons learned. We were also co-located with the 11th Armored Cavalry Division Polish in Żagań, Poland, and that division was dual-hatted as the NATO Combined Arms Training Center, and so they had multiple brigade staffs that went through essentially like an LTP that we would do prior to a CTC rotation, and so my staff learned a lot from that. And then the SAG-U mission that General Bourne talked about. We've also changed some of how we've trained. So what I've talked to my battalion commanders about is, and I've heard it a number of times so far, is we need to think differently. So if you look at that video and you saw a Bradley in the open firing single shot, and you saw a Paladin in the open firing one round, that I would have a very deliberate and direct conversation with those vehicle commanders about cover and concealment and how to maneuver. Because I'm convinced that the way that, you know, this gets back to the imperative to change the way we fight. I'm convinced if we fight the same, we're not going to survive. And so some of the things we've done, we have developed an advanced gunnery scheme. So for those of you who are familiar with gunnery, it's a canned scenario of 10 engagements. We've developed an advanced gunnery scenario where nobody knows what the targets are going to be, nobody knows the ranges, nobody knows when they're going to come. That, to me, shows whether or not you can fight versus whether or not you can knock down targets. We have changed the way that we do our artillery tables. It is not sitting out in an open PAA. It is maneuvering, firing, and maneuvering. We've done a lot of work, and we don't have the best solution right now, but we've done a lot of work on command posts. We changed the way that we are organized command posts. We changed where we establish command posts. Some of the lessons we learned from the Ukrainians, they're not, you know, the term under canvas doesn't really apply anymore, and I know General Beagle wrote the article about the death of command posts. We took that to heart, and so we established our command posts in hard structures whenever we could. And then I think General Bourne talked about one of the wicked problems in an ABCT specifically is the brigade support area and how we sustain this, you know, monster of an organization that is an ABCT. And so we've done some of that. We have coordinated with multiple agencies, both internal to the Army, in FORSCOM, TRADOC, AFC, industry partners, just to establish relationships, because I think that's mostly how things get done in the Army. And we'll continue to do that. And we've also established an innovation working group where, as you might imagine, some of our best ideas come from specialists and sergeants who, you know, are frankly tired of dealing with something stupid, and so they come up with a better way of doing it. And then this I'll close with: what are we scheduled to do, or what are we going to do in the near future? We are due some new equipment. Some of this was scheduled before we were designated as a TIC 2.0 brigade, so we'll get new Bradleys, we'll get new Paladins, we'll get new CATs, we'll get new communications architecture, new network, which will be revolutionary for an ABCT. We are well behind IBCTs in that aspect, so that'll help. We will have a long-range planning conference internal to the brigade, because my brigade is going to go through a significant transition in the next couple months when myself and every one of the battalion commanders changes out of command. And so what I want to and need to be able to do is establish momentum and keep that momentum up. And what we're going to do is not talk about what we're going to do, but how we're going to do it. And then the last thing we're going to do, and General Felty charged me with this, is to run a task organization sprint, to which we're bringing in a number of different agencies across the Army to talk about, I think, as General Bourne mentioned, the way that ABCT should be task organized going forward. So I'll stop there. Again, thanks for having me.
Yeah, great. Thanks, everyone. Great introduction. I'll come back to Colonel Dempsey, because I have some questions about the effect of all this at the soldier level and at the small unit level. So we'll come back to that. But one point that I did not hear in anybody's discussion is the discussion of risk. And I'll start with you, General Ryan. While we're focused right now at the brigade and below level, and General Bourne mentioned division operations in passing to some degree, with the focus on technology at the brigade and below level, define it any way you want: drones, communications, small unit operations. Do we run the risk of jeopardizing our longer range transformation plans for larger platforms that have longer lead times, you know, next generation combat vehicle, next generation aircraft, and so forth? Is there risk there by taking the approach that we're taking at this level?
Yeah, I think, great question. I think there was probably some perception that there was risk the way we were doing it up front. Maybe it seemed a little haphazard as we started, as we reallocated fieldings to prioritize certain units over others. As Chris said, you know, we focused on 3 infantry brigade combat teams first. We were simultaneously employing those infantry brigade combat teams in the theaters from which they, you know, originated, right? And we were putting them through combat training centers. And the previous Secretary of the Army asked me at one point, like, aren't we putting like a huge burden on these brigade commanders who are going through their sort of culminating events and are sort of getting graded? And I almost laughed, because we have people like Chris Dempsey and the crowd that he runs with and his peer group. They own this. I'm not concerned one bit that we're taking risk at the tactical level.
Yeah.
I think where we are taking risk, and thank you, Tara, for your comments, is our inability to unattach ourselves from an archaic acquisition system. And I told myself I was not going to do this, but I'm going to do it. I'll name a particular platform, and I'm sorry if you own this platform, but the Shadow. Okay, we canceled the Shadow, and it was an emotional event for a lot of people. And my point is, that platform was not going to survive the first day in combat against a near peer. Not one freaking day. And a lot of my peers in the Army, division commanders, brigade commanders, asked me, well, what am I supposed to do now? You took away my UAS. My answer was, you never had it. If you tried to employ that thing in combat, you can train with it all you want. It's a fallacy. You weren't going to make it in combat with that particular platform, and there were a number of other platforms like that. So some of Transform and Contact, Guy, was born out of a realization that we are already taking immense risk by not doing this.
Yeah.
And I would offer that we have to get started, we have to move quickly, we have to energize the system, and in order to, in a counterintuitive way, in order to mitigate risk at an operational and strategic level, we do have to take some risk at the tactical level, and that's okay. When are we going to have to fight? Well, whenever we do, nobody knows, but whenever we do, I'm confident that guys like Chris Dempsey and Rob Bourne and folks in our brigades and divisions and below them will be able to fight and win. Yeah. It's our job to get them the equipment, as I said up front. And so what we've been able to do in the last 16 months is energize that system and start to come out of this malaise that we've been in, as Tara indicated, since the 60s and 70s of our acquisition system. We have more work to do.
That's good. And for Ms. Murphy-Doherty, your comments earlier about the acquisition system, as a business leader, how do you look at risk? And when you're dealing with what the Army's doing and maybe the other services, how do you see risk in all of this?
I think one of the biggest areas of risk is in the industrial base itself. So, industry right now, if you think about the suppliers, not just those that I mentioned at the beginning that are right in front of your face, we want to prime our programs, but go down the chain. The industrial base is a huge source of risk for the Army, for the other services as well, because of course these suppliers that are making the components and parts that go into your weapon systems and platforms are the exact same suppliers making parts and components for the Navy's platforms and the Air Force's and everybody else's. So that, I think, is an important aspect that needs to be addressed. I also think that there is a buy down of risk that happens through transformation and contact because of the message that it sends to the industrial base. So while it might not directly bring American manufacturing back to the United States, it will catalyze companies that are thinking about, is this a business I want to be in or is it not? And to your great question about how do we think about it as business leaders, it's all about where am I differentiated? Do I have a differentiated product that will beat competitors and deliver value to my customer? At the end of the day, that is the goal. And you're willing to accept a lot of risk where you believe you're strongly differentiated. So if the Army is exercising this opportunity for industry to not just compete by submitting a proposal to an RFP, but by getting embedded with soldiers and getting feedback, well, that helps me refine the product. Now I better understand what the future doctrine and operational concepts may be, and so I can think about further ideas for innovation. All of this just catalyzes the industrial base, as I said, and that will directly help and I think reduce the risk.
Any other thoughts on risk? Rob?
Yes, sir. So one of the things that I've identified during this process is the tension that has emerged between innovation and governance and structure. And so Chris talked about the best ideas coming from the bottom up, and he's absolutely right. But we have to be cautious about innovation cells at the platoon level. And I want to commend Brigadier General Chad Chalfant, who's here, who's Thunderbolt 6 Armor Commandant, with his establishment of the SABO program, Standard Armor Basis of Training. And so, I've been in the 1st Cavalry Division for about 20 months, and, when I talk to battalion commanders and company battery troop commanders, they talk about sets and reps, focus on the fundamentals. What are those fundamentals? And so, and Phil's working on the squad as a system and making sure that we are balancing, the art of innovation with the science of doctrine and fundamentals and clearly identifying what those are. And there's always going to be tension between the two, but I have been encouraged by the leadership that I've seen and the cooperation across components to ensure that we are, encouraging the best ideas, but we still have structure that's going to be required, everything from interoperability to, how we fight as a combined and joint team.
Yeah, huge. Phil, anything? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I think, I talked about architecture, and, if the power of AFC right now and FCC and the CFTs, I'm partnered with, General Ellis with a Next Generation C2. Nothing that goes on the soldier or supports the infantry squad will be outside of the platform that he's running. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to enable maneuver. And what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to allow the soldier and the squad to execute the basic tasks that we ask them to do, to close with and destroy the enemy, and not be encumbered by technology that doesn't talk to itself, that doesn't talk to every single system on the soldier and then the squad as a system. What happens if we're not careful with this is that we fight the technology, we fight the capabilities, and we lose the opportunity to continue to train and be brilliant at the basics. So you'll see that across AFC is that it all goes back to, when I talk about architecture for the squad, I talk about software, I talk about the hardware, what's actually being worn, and then I talk about the soldier's human performance, and are we degrading that performance, which then impacts the cognitive ability to make decisions on the battlefield, right? And so that right there is the architecture is an approach to reduce that risk, but also transform as fast as we can.
Right.
That industry is innovating with right now.
Absolutely. Any thoughts on risk?
Just quickly, sir. So the Army warfighting concept says something, and I'm paraphrasing, but we should do nothing in training that we don't think we'll do in combat. I think one of the biggest risks is that we just continue to do things the way that we've done them in the past, regardless of what that is, whether that is rolling out to the field in a column or whether that is shooting gunnery the same way we've always done it, establishing a huge BSA, establishing a command post that's not survivable. All of that is, as to General Ryan's point, we're not going to survive in combat if we do that. And so I think there is risk in doing the same thing. I think there's risk in waiting. I think there's risk in potentially losing momentum on all these efforts. So that's what I would say.
Good thoughts. I want to go back to Tara's comments about the acquisition system. One of the things some of you all have probably participated in a Futures Command initiative now. We're familiar with requests for information, requests for proposal, but now I'm seeing requests for capabilities going out to industry partners asking what capabilities does the Army need? And I'm encouraged by that because industry for far too long was kind of at the tail end of the requirements process, where you build what we tell you to build, when in fact, Tara, there's a better way to do it. So I'm encouraged by that. And you've written about that in a recent article about shortening the supply chain to the kill chain. What are you encouraged? You mentioned you're encouraged. What do you see in that area?
I am encouraged, and I think Chris and Phil's comments both touch on exactly the reason why this approach is so powerful. So putting out to industry something like a characteristics of needs document allows industry to bring ideas, and so maybe you will get things you haven't thought of already, rather than tell industry exactly what you need and exactly what you want the thing to do. Tell them what the problem is that you're solving for. And that's where you really leverage the innovation that exists in America, which is, of course, our superpower, that and the fact that we have the world's best army. This is particularly applicable as you teed up in this concept that we have of converging the kill chain and the supply chain. And I see some amazing logisticians in the room, General Upton and others, and so I will offer this perspective with some humility. It was really the industrialization of war that created the modern system of logistics that we have today, to include the big civilian bureaucracy around that function. And throughout generations, I was going to say decades, but it's been even longer, there has been a separation between what we think of as the kill chain and the kinetic activities that support the warfight, and then this other function that is logistics and, if you continue to extrapolate, also acquisition. But if you just focus on logistics for a second, what is brilliant about next generation command and control is it says no more. They all have to be interoperable. We have to think about logistics on the battlefield in a modern way, in a way where the systems aren't separated, where the network underpins it all. And the interoperability and data sharing is there, so you get one cohesive picture. That is absolutely correct. This is coming to life. We saw it come to life at Project Convergence, Capstone 5. And I would offer one more point, which is you can't stop at the depots or DLA stock or what you have on hand in the organic industrial base or even what you've got in the program offices, quote unquote, back at home. You have to include in this concept of sensor to shooter to sustainer also the industrial base. And that's the point about connecting the kill chain and supply chain fundamentally is as we are rapidly expending capabilities in ammunition and munitions and the demand increases, we dynamically need to be monitoring and predicting that demand, not just so that the logisticians and the sustainment community can support it, but so that it can be communicated to the industrial base. That supply side picture is available today, but needs to be brought into the system.
Great. I wanted to, we're getting down to about 10 minutes here. I wanted to ask a couple of other questions for General Ryan. Most of TIC so far has been Europe-centric, some activity in the Pacific. How is TIC 2.0 going to differentiate, and what are we seeing in demands for those theaters? Of course, the Pacific region is going to garner a lot more attention in the coming weeks and months. How are we adjusting to that?
Yeah, we haven't by design oriented on one theater over another, but we've certainly taken advantage of units that are employing and training and working and in contact in those theaters of operation, and principally in the Indo-Pacific and in Europe. And I can't leave out maybe the number one priority theater today, and that's the homeland. So we're gonna certainly look to balance from a technology and materiel perspective. We are going to certainly look to balance capabilities that we provide to units in those priority theaters. And I mentioned the interim NDS earlier today. It is the interim NDS was published 2 weeks ago. And I'm kind of surprised that, if I had to guess, many of you in the crowd with a clearance to read it probably haven't read it. That's not a good thing. So the interim NDS is going to drive our requirements for transforming contact. It's going to drive our requirements for everything we do across the Army. But I would argue it hasn't made a big splash quite yet. And it needs to, because it's an important document. And that's the basis on which we're going to go forward from here and nest our transforming contact efforts in the interim NDS.
Yeah, I think that geographic approach to that NDS that's coming out, read General Brown's article, please, because that's going to be important. We're getting down to time here, but I wanted to get to another point that we did not address, and ask each of you to kind of address it as part of our closing. And that is, in this process, TIC 1.0, 2.0, rapid integration of technology, soldier touch points, what changes need to be made in leader development in this process? Some leaders are resistant or uncomfortable with change, others are anxious for change. Do we need to train leaders differently, and if so, how should we do that? Maybe I'll start with the guys that are kind of at where the rubber meets the road, General Kinnery, you do a lot of leader development.
Yes, sir. So under my hat as the infantry commandant, I own all of the OSIT 11 series, both our 11 Bravo and our 11 Charlie soldiers as they come into the force, as well as I run the program of instruction for all of the initial military training for our infantry lieutenants. I have a hand in what we do with our captain's career course at the maneuver level, mainly focused at infantry and armor officers. What I'm seeing right now is there is no better time than right now to change, to transform. The culture of our young officers, they're very much open to it, as well as our younger soldiers.
Good.
What we have to do is we have to change, and what General Brito is driving is a transformation within TRADOC as well to keep up with transformation and contact, is push the envelope right now. We're still behind the power curve a little bit in delivering some of the technology to the schoolhouses in order to train on them. I don't have as many, quadcopters, or we're getting them out to the force to test within the transforming contact units, which is the right approach. And as those officers are coming back into TRADOC, they're sharing a lot of what we're doing. And then TRADOC also is involved in every single training exercise, all the way from JMRC in Germany to NTC, PC5. We were there under the TRADOC hat as well. So you're starting to see the programs of instructions meld, and we're starting to force our young leaders to think differently about how to employ the technology that we have that's out there right now, that's being fielded right now. We're trying to, how do we incorporate that in order to maneuver? So I'm not sure that we're having an issue. I actually think that the iron's hot with the mentality of our young leaders right now.
Yeah, because younger troops are often fed this equipment or these technologies rather than being asked what they need, and that's kind of a different mindset. How are you talking to your leaders as you get ready for this?
So I think a former CEO of Starbucks said that coffee is the product we sell, but it's not the business we're in. We're in the people business. I would say that controlled violence is the product that the Army sells, but we're in the leader development business. And so there's leader development happens every single day. If you have an interaction with a soldier, if you have an interaction with a leader, that's leader development. It is not an iterative thing that happens once a quarter in over a PowerPoint slide. So that's the number one thing I tell them about, is that this is a constant, and it's really one of the biggest things that matters in this profession. The second is leader development is also a product of training and experience. And so just by design, if we do the things that we've talked about, our junior leaders and junior soldiers will have exposure to these training events and these technological developments, and they'll have the experience, and then they'll be able to translate that, because as you know, the Army keeps rolling along. And then the last thing that I think we need to do is explain and make sense of what it is that we're actually doing, which is why I talked about why are we doing this? Why are we transforming? There's reason. It's not just that we're doing it. There are very specific reasons why we're doing it. But a lieutenant, and I was a lieutenant once and had no idea what I was doing. They still don't. But we need to explain to them what it is that we're doing and why we're doing it.
I knew what I was doing as a lieutenant, but I want to say one thing. So Chris stole my thunder, because I was going to inject and say that. Leader development isn't TRADOC business, obviously, and I know Phil knows that. It's Army business. And I would offer, General Milford Beagle is sitting out here in the stands, this is a little bit of a realization that what's happening in the operating force because of transform and contact has to translate back to our leader development processes in TRADOC. So it's a little bit of a reverse. It's not top down. TRADOC's going to tell us what we need to learn, and then we go out to the field and we use it. It's the field informing what TRADOC needs to teach. And the good news is we have leaders at the Combined Arms Center and across our Training and Doctrine Command footprint that are recognizing that, and they're taking from the operating force and applying what they're seeing out there to the schoolhouse. And it's a little bit of a reverse cycle there, but that's the way it's got to work, because we got to move quickly.
hey, Lieutenant, you're going to a tick brigade. What's that, sir? That you're going to have a bit of that going on in the Army for a while. We're down to the end here. I'm going to go down and start with General Ryan for just a couple of takeaways that you want the audience to leave with. Please, Joe.
Well, first off, thanks for being here. Second, we've got to move quickly. Third, you know, that word picture I asked you to put in your head, drone, unmanned system, fiber optic controlled, 40-kilometer range, 10-kilometer payload, that's a Russian system. And they're employing it with effect against Ukrainian forces right now in Kursk and elsewhere across the front. It's only a matter of time that the Chinese get the same technology because that's Chinese fiber optic cable. We don't have that. We're not even close to getting that. If we saw that today on the battlefield, we would not be able to defeat it. The Ukrainians are a living laboratory trying to show us how they might, but they haven't figured it out either yet, and that's real. And that should scare all of us and scare us into action. That should make us and motivate us to do more and to do it quickly.
Great.
I would say lean into what is happening right now. There is a lot that is working. There is an opportunity to put even more momentum behind these initiatives and the opening that you all have to make decisive changes and take bold action. There is so much capability that artificial intelligence, data, software can drive. It could upend every Army process that exists today. You don't have to start with every process, but pick the ones that are really broken and lean in because you have an opening. And industry is at your door saying we want to help. This is the Freedom's Forge moment, so take it.
Thank you.
I'd just like to thank everybody for your presence here today and just reinforce Pegasus Charge is absolutely at the forefront and at the center of everything that the 1st Cavalry Division is doing. And it's not just 1st Brigade. It's going to inform how we build readiness. It's going to inform how we develop leaders. It's going to inform how we fight as an armored strike division. And we're extremely excited for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you again for allowing me to be on this panel. And I'll tell you, you know, General Rainey said that our superpower is the ethical application of violence. Our ability to win through the ethical application of violence is the teamwork we have between formations. Our formations have to work together. So the equipment we give them, the technology we give them, must also do the same. So thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
And to Tara's question about identifying the problem, so General Bourne mentioned General Chalfant. He's done a lot to refine my thinking on what is an ABCT required to do, and to me it's 4 things. Number 1 is assured communications, which I look forward to the next gen C2, intel collection and fire synchronization, protection, and sustainment. And so any help that we can get in any of those endeavors, particularly for an ABCT because it's a specific problem set, will be very helpful. Thanks for having me.
Great. A lot of brain power up here, and I for one, am very encouraged that we've got leaders like this in government and in industry shepherding us through this process. So thank all of you. I want to thank General Brown, General Smith, Sergeant Major Daly, General Haley, and our good friend Alex here for putting on a great event once again. Let's give the panel a round of applause, please. General Smith.
Thank you, sir. We had a wonderful start to what is proving a great symposium. More to come. Now it's time for our networking break and lunch in the South and East Hall. Please be here back in your seats by 1400 or 2 p.m. as we start off the afternoon session with Panel 2, Agile Acquisition for Continuous Transformation. Thank you.
Watching as the world goes past. There are so many great things to see while grazing in the grass. Grazing in the grass is a gas, baby, can you dig? Flowers with colors bright
My imagination starts working overtime when you come near. Oh, it really, really does. Oh, it really, really does. And if you're not around, I'll close my eyes and soon you will appear. Oh, you really, really do. Oh, you really, really do. But I wonder if you ever give me a thought too. Hello, I really hope you do. One thought that may change your mind and make dreams come true. All my tribulations seem to fade away when you come near. Oh, they really, really do. Oh, they really, really do. I fantasize a love that will last for years and years. But I wonder if you ever give me a thought too. Hello, I really hope you do. One thought that may change your mind and make dreams come true. But I wonder if you ever give me a thought too. Hello, I really hope you do. One thought that may change your mind and make dreams come true, baby. Ooh, baby. I really hope you do. I love you. I really do. I really do. I really do. I really do. I love you. I love you. I really do. Sweet young thing like you, baby. You've gone and made me lose my cool. I'm talking about a sweet young thing like you, girl. Baby. You're all I need to see me through. I said that I would never love again, but I've always been on the losing end. But when you touched my hand, I knew right there and then that I loved you. I loved you, baby, I loved you. Sweet young things like you, you know you've gone and made me lose my cool. You made me lose. I'm talking about a sweet young thing like you. Thank you, baby. You're all I need to see me through. she's my sweet thing, yeah.
I was 5 and he was 6. We rode on horses made of sticks. He wore black and I wore white. He would always win the fight. Bang, bang, he shot me down. Bang, bang, I hit the ground. Bang, bang, that awful sound. Bang, bang, my baby shot me down. Seasons came and changed the time. When I grew up, I called him mine. He would always laugh and say, remember when we used to play? Bang, bang, I shot you down. Bang, bang, you hit the ground. Bang, bang, that awful sound. Bang, bang, I used to shoot you down. Music played and people sang. Just for me, the church bells rang. Now he's gone, I don't know why. And till this day, sometimes I cry. He didn't even say goodbye. He didn't take the time to lie. Bang, bang, he shot me down. Bang, bang, I hit the ground. Bang, bang, that awful sound. Bang, bang, my baby shot me down.
looks so fine. She's the best girl that I ever had. Sometimes you're gonna make me feel so bad. Hush, hush, I thought I heard her calling my name now. Hush, hush, she broke my heart, but I love her just the same now. Hush, hush, I thought I heard her calling my name now. Hush, hush, I need her loving and I'm not to blame now. You got her early in the morning, you got her late in the evening. Oh, well, I want and need it. Oh, I gotta have it. She got loving like quicksand. Only took one touch of her hand. Blow my mind and I'm in so deep that I can't eat y'all and I can't sleep. Listen, hush, hush, thought I heard her calling my name now. Hush, hush, she broke my heart, but I love her just the same now. Hush, hush, thought I heard her calling my name now. Hush, hush, I need her loving and I'm not to blame now. You got her early in the morning, you got her late in the evening. Oh, I need it. Hey, I gotta have it.
Feel the funk, y'all. Let it flow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 2 minutes.
Let's stay together, loving you weather, times are good and bad, happy or sad.
You can keep that playing for like 30 more seconds. See if Neil knows how to sing. Hey, good afternoon, everybody, and good that you guys made it back from lunch today. And let's give our AV team a round of applause. They're doing good work. What do y'all think? So our next panel topic is Agile Acquisition for Continuous Transformation. To moderate this discussion, we have another one of my big brothers, Lieutenant General retired Larry Weiss, President and Chief Executive Officer, Weiss Consulting, LLC. Larry, the floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's truly a thrill to welcome each and every one of you to this panel on Agile Acquisition in times of transformation. I think this is a capability that is so much needed for our armed forces, and it's very close to me. And the reason I say that, I can recall, if you can just kind of drift back to 1978, when I was a young cavalry scout, and my platoon leader walked up to me, and he said, "Sergeant White, I need you to go secure this bridge, and we will pass through tomorrow morning at 0600. So I joggle down the road with my two 113s, and we secured the bridge with dedication and a lot of passion. So forward rewind 35 years later, I'm standing on a mountaintop in Poland, and I asked myself, I said, if my platoon leader walked up to me and asked me to go secure that bridge, would I do anything differently? The answer was a resounding yes. And that is the purpose of why we're here today, to talk about Agile acquisition. And how do we get the things in our soldiers' hands so they can take the fight to the enemy or whatever their mission may be? We have an exceptional group of experts today that they have lived this stuff for years. And so what I would like to ask each of them to do is to take 1 to 2 minutes to explain their roles in the Agile acquisition transformation process. And then after that, we'll really dive into some engaging questions. And so I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant General Collins and let him go from there.
Great. Thanks, Larry. And if we could turn the heat up on the lights a little bit, that would be good. And it's always more fun to be at a UNC basketball game with you than here on the panel. In 1978, I was probably playing with, not doing the breach, but I don't know, we'll go back there. But thanks for the introduction. Rob Collins, for those that may not know me, as the military deputy on the Secretariat side of the Army for long acronyms, but things related to acquisition, logistics, and technology. I would say probably 3 parts of my job, and I'm an advisor, providing military advice to our civilian leadership on all things from program execution as we go through those activities. I would also tell you, as I look out and I see some of my good friends from the contracting community related to second big hat, procurement, to spend a little bit of time on that. And then near and dear to my heart is also on the workforce, as one of my roles is the career manager for seven functional areas that we've got that we go there. And so I'll leave it at that, but got lots of thoughts on how that as we take what is going on across the global environment, across what's going on technology, threat, and even across the landscape, we have a tremendous opportunity to kind of move and adjust and adapt and go more quickly. So thank you. Now to one of the experts.
All right, good afternoon. So I am Jennifer Swanson, Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Army for Data Engineering and Software. And I have the esteemed privilege of working very closely with General Collins on really everything that we do. So my job for the past almost 3 years in this position has been driving digital transformation for acquisition. So a lot of the things that we've done, enabling the adoption of modern software practices by changing processes, really Army processes, from requirements to testing to really all of the things that we need to do to be able to accept modern software practice development. So that's been a big thing. And similar types of things across other technologies like data, digital engineering, AI, et cetera. And so all of that really helps us to set the stage and the foundation for Agile acquisition. So that's pretty much been my role over the past couple of years. Over to you.
Yes, ma'am. So Mike Kalustian, I am the Director for Transport and Network Cybersecurity for the Next Generation Command and Control program. I'm headquartered in Austin, Texas at Army Futures Command Headquarters. My teammate, Colonel Matt Skaggs, who's not here right now, but he's the product owner for the data integration and application layer of the project. We came together about 18 months ago. General Rainey hired us both to start looking at next-gen command and control and to look at command and control differently than what we were doing, making sure that we really emphasized commander in C2 and that we were focused on, as Ms. Swanson just spoke about, the data. How do we ensure that we're getting the right data to our commanders in the field, understanding that the future fight is going to be extremely difficult, it's going to be extremely fast. How do we ensure that we're getting our commanders the right data so they can make the better decision, the faster decision, and more decisions than a peer adversary. So that's really what the crux of this is about. We developed a tech stack for next generation command and control. And like I mentioned, the foundational portion of that stack, or the foundational layer, is really the data integration piece, right? And if you look at, you're not seeing a picture of it, but we have an application layer, and then the data integration layer is where really all the magic is going to happen. And how do we integrate data from numerous government and commercial sources into something that's going to be coherent and usable by our force, and so that we can write applications off of it. And then we look at, all right, what's the compute infrastructure that we're going to need and the transport to ensure that we're going to be able to use this in a contested environment. So that's really what we've been led to do. We're transitioning and have been transitioning over to this to General Pat Ellis and the team over at C2 CFT, and starting to work the requirements. And this is starting to, as we talk about Agile acquisition, moving hand in hand with our acquisition partners and ensuring that we are able to move forward from experiment to prototype very quickly.
Well, first, thanks to AUSA for hosting this panel, and thanks for the great partnership here with the colleagues on the panel. My name is Mitch Giles. I lead our work at Palantir with the U.S. Army. And in that role, I've really had the privilege of bringing the capabilities and the software products that we've developed at Palantir into the Army ecosystem, where our core focus is really looking at how we can serve the data integration needs and bring AI capabilities that enable integrated warfighting. Palantir, it's a commercial software company. We're unique in that we were originally venture-backed, focused on internal research and development, in building products and software capabilities that are focused on large enterprises to enable integrated activities that ultimately support enterprise decision-making. And so our longest standing partnership inside the federal government has been with the U.S. Army, which is really one of the most complex and sophisticated organizations that has really been forward-leaning on their investments in data integration and AI. And so really our emphasis and what my team has had really the privilege of working on is using those types of products that have matured in the commercial space, but have really been brought into their kind of own directly in the hands of warfighters, looking at ways that we can actually bridge everything from intelligence to operations to readiness force management, looking at this kind of full decision-making cycle that goes from the factory all the way down to the foxhole. So look forward to the panel. Thanks.
Great. Well, thanks. First of all, good afternoon. Let me just start by saying, Larry, that this is the young end of the table. I appreciate you putting me here. So, Mitch, I appreciate that. To those that are still serving in uniform, thanks for what you're doing every day. Those that serve in the Defense Department, thanks for what you're doing. Our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines need all the help we can give them with whatever we can bring to bear to help them come home. I'm one of the senior vice presidents in Andrel, a private equity venture capitalist-backed company, really focused on moving at speed. I would articulate the best I could that, and this might be a little provocative, I'm not sure we need acquisition reform as much as we need behavior reform. And what I mean by that is, I think General Collins, as his role as a military deputy, I think we have lots of authorities from Congress. I think we tend not to use all those authorities that have been given to us. And I think if we want to adapt at the pace that we need to adapt, then we have to change that behavior. I don't think we need any laws changed. I spent my last 4 years on active duty in that role, and we didn't change any laws. And so I think it's a lot of this is behavior reform and accepting the fact that we can move forward at pace, make good choices, and get the needs to our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines on the battle space. If you think about it in real terms, if you believe the National Defense Strategy, China being our #1 pacing threat, if you believe that fight is in 27, what that really means in practical application is we have 22 months. 22 months to move from where we are to equipment in the hands of soldiers, sailors, and Marines. We cannot do that on a legacy mindset. We cannot do that on a legacy outcome, and we cannot do that on a legacy thought process. And so we look forward to talking today, and thanks for having us.
Hey, thanks, team. I'd like to start off by saying, you know, I had an old boss. His name was Dave Perkins. And he used to always tell me, he says, the world is unknown and it's unknowable. And, you know, the more I thought about that, the more it made sense to me. And when we know that we're going to be dealing with uncertainty, and it's just the way life is, you have to put those processes and systems in place to combat that. And that's what this Agile acquisition is all about. You know, how do we get stuff into soldiers' hands to deal with all of the uncertainty that we're going to be faced with? So I would like to start the first question off by asking General Collins and as well as Mrs. Swanson, just to be able to provide us that foundation that we can launch off. And the question is, the Army is continuing to focus on modernization and transformation. This includes the ability to acquire solutions in a way that supports the Army's evolving needs. And we know that one size does not fit all. So my question to you, can you share some of those types of approaches that the Army is taking towards implementing the technology programs that you've heard the panel briefly talk about thus far?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I will probably dovetail on some things that General Thurgood also mentioned too as well. And I would, I'll probably start the conversation and end the conversation with thanking the collective team, because this is indeed a team sport where we must all work together to maintain momentum. And then, I just think, through all of those collective interactions, I think is where we make a tremendous amount of progress. First, one of the things that I would say is, and I know, approaches to adopting technology is we enter into the new, environment that we've got. Rest assured, I look at, four kind of couple things. One, lethality, war-winning capability that we must maintain, our focus in on, and you're either contributing to or enabling. Two, speed not only on the operational battle space, but also in then how we adaptively agile, and acquire things. I think three, scale. I think we are in a unique service that, things in small quantities aren't always, but we got to think about the tyranny of scale of how we do things, which sometimes presents some challenges. And two, cost efficiency and bending that cost curve. And so those are some guiding principles that I think through as we start to get after that. And I do believe that as you start to look at some of the theories, that are out there, the technology, the acquisition, all the things that we have built are an element of deterrence, in and amongst themselves. A couple things to answer your, as we adapt. I think one, there's the realization that two, down at the end of the table, as I grew up, it wasn't always the case that commercial technology was outpacing, what we were doing. And so I think kind of going back to that mindset, acknowledging that, I think is probably one area that we need to look to. And, software is certainly an element of that, and software is a part of all of what we do, and we'll talk about that here too. I think to the extent that of the authorities, and some of the things as I talk to leaders, there's a couple key attributes of things that differentiate those, but creative thinking, because it doesn't necessarily have to be a singular approach. There are very hybrid approaches that we can go to be able to tackle things. And so you should not acquire hardware the same way you acquire software, and we have certain authorities, and that doesn't mean I pick one or the other. We've done great things with hybrid approaches too, so I think that's an area. I do think buying methods, and there'll certainly be a lot of talk on how we buy things. I think we've got alternatives of how we buy. We do have authorities for commercial. We've got commercial solution offerings. There's other OT approaches that we can go after. You know, as I look through, and one of the things that I'm interested in is, you know, where might there be some barriers? One of the things that I often look at is there is commercial, and then there is definitions of commerciality, and could there be a time to relook of that infamous quote of a type that you know, we've studied there for a while. I do think you know, open architectures is absolutely critical. I've met with some vendors this morning, various opinions, but open is where we're headed. We've got to be open, and you know, an overabused analogy, Lego blocks. Would like to think I invented that, but didn't. You know, I think it is not only the benefit of keeping pace with threat with technology, but I think from an industry perspective, it increases opportunity for competition. That you can be able to do those. So, and then on the commercial piece, you know, embracing that methodology of maybe we adopt first, modify if necessary, and then develop when last resort. And you know, there are things that we have in our inventory that you can't necessarily go out to the commercial market and see immediately available, but that's not in all cases. So. You know, I just think that there's, you know, an opportunity to do that. And I think back to the point, I think for our Army of how we're adopting and being agile, we put $1 against the Army, and that's not readiness, you know, 2030 plus. That's readiness for tomorrow, and I think that's our value proposition. So I think that's some approaches of how we're looking at adopting tech.
Yeah, so everything General Collins said. Couple of things to add. So I think we all know that the way we are going to infuse new capabilities quickly into anything that we buy is through software, right? And so software drives everything. And it's really the only way we're going to be able to keep up, because at the end of the day, we're never going to be sure what China or anybody is going to be bringing to the battlefield. And we've got to have the capability to rapidly infuse new capabilities that maintain overmatch. And that's going to happen through software. It's not going to happen through, you know, fielding new hardware somehow magically overnight. And so a lot of the work that we've done over the past 3 years in the Army to change how we approach software is really, it's not because we're developing the software. It's to be able to adopt the technologies that you guys are developing and other industry partners are developing rapidly, and open architectures become a critical component of that. And so, you know, to me, and I think MOSA is one of those very, it means different things. It's like architecture. Like, what does that actually mean? It means different things in different contexts to different people. But at the end of the day, I think in this context, I would say very generally, we need an open data architecture, which the Army has. We developed one, we adopted that. And we need open APIs, right? And then really at that point, we are very open to any products that industry has, provided that they comply with those open architectures that we put out there for industry to build into. And if you heard the Under's speech this morning about really being able to leverage commercial technology that mostly industry is paying R&D for, not the Army, I think that's how we get there, right? I think we have to be able to message out to industry, okay, these are the APIs, this is the data architecture, whatever the other components are that we need to include in there. And that's how we get that innovation to be able to really bring those products in and effectively plug and play. And so what we have today may not, probably won't be what we want 2 years from now, and certainly not 4 or 5 years from now. And so with the open architectures in place and the ability to reach out to industry and industry understanding what we are doing, I think that's how we really are able to achieve that vision that he laid out this morning.
Hey, any other comments from the panel members on this question?
If I could, Larry, I think what Ms. Swanson said is really important.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important for industry to kind of understand this. The days of programs of record for non-capital equipment are probably over. You know, you used to go have a BD team and they'd go up, figure out how to make a program record. You'd make that thing for the next 20 years because we buy things on a 20-year life cycle. That's probably not our future. The future, industry has to realize that for non-capital equipment, tanks, you know, helicopters, that kind of thing, everything else we should throw away every 2 or 3 years and iterate on it. That's not how the defense industrial base has built their legacy. And so I think we have to, if we're going to be innovative, we have to realize that stop buying things on a 20-year life cycle, 2 to 4 years max for non-capital equipment, iterate on it, and so you're going to have modular factories that can make one thing this year and something different 2 years from now. I think industry has to get on board the construct that the Army just needs to throw things away, which is super hard for the Army, by the way. We're hoarders of people and equipment. So I think that model industry has to adapt the baseline thinking process of how to move forward.
Thanks, Neil. You know, when you sit down and you think about just getting a piece of hardware in the soldier's hand, that is complex. But I will assure you it's much more complex when you're talking about information and data, and when you look at the way that we're going to fight in the future. So I found this very next question to be a tough but fascinating question, and I'm gonna pass this one to Colonel Kaluski, and I'm going to ask General Collins to comment on it, as well as Industry, if you could give me your input. And the question goes like this: adapting an agile approach across programs also make it essential for the Army to be flexible in the initial requirements phase. How is the Army enabling this, and how is it working? And then my question to Industry: are the requirements clear enough from the Army for you to deliver the right capability to the soldier? That's tough, especially when we start talking about data and information. Go ahead.
So I mentioned earlier that General Rainey, about 18 months ago, when he hired Colonel Skaggs and I, said, hey, we're going to look at this differently, right? We need to look at the network differently to ensure that we're once again getting the data to the point of need for our commanders. In 18 months, we took a concept and we made it a reality in PCC-5 because we had the agility and the ability to move forward with experimentation. And I can't stress enough the importance of experimentation. Everyone thinks that experimentation is not important. Until you get technology in the field, in the dirt, and into soldiers' hands, you're not going to get the feedback that you need to actually make informed decisions from an investment perspective. So that's exactly what we did. We used a period of 12 months to have 3 sprint cycles. We started off at PCC4 with a proof of concept, where we just really showed, hey, data from multiple sources can be successfully integrated over tactical platforms, and this is what it would look like, right? And we had soldiers, once again, you know, soldiers from the division level on down to the platoon, giving us feedback on what they think was right and if we were on the right track. And we were confirmed at that point that, yes, we were absolutely on the right track, that this is doable, and if we were able to produce something like this at scale, that soldiers would really want to adopt it, and it would be something important for warfighting in the future. So that was encouraging, and we moved forward from there to an exercise called NetModX, which DEFCON C5ISR runs every year, and we use that to help further validate where we wanted to go as far as the security and the network side of the project. So we said, all right, well, listen, if we're going to use this in a contested environment, we know we're going to have to contest ourselves. We know realistically in the future we're going to fight against a very sophisticated enemy that's going to have the ability to contest us and take certain things away from us in the cyber domain. So we have to be prepared for that. And what I really want to know is, how's the software going to perform when you actually put that type of rigor on the network? Right? And so we did that. We took links out. We actually contested us in the spectrum with electronic warfare and electronic attack capabilities. And we got a better sense of what we were going to need in the future from a software standpoint and what we were going to need from a low latency transport standpoint. So then we took that information. So we coupled what we learned from PCC4 and NetModX, and we said, all right, now we're going to move and we're going to shift to PCC5, which General Rainey said, this will be our proof of principle event, meaning we're actually going to field this to a unit. They're going to use it in a maneuver scenario, multiple maneuver scenarios, and we're not going to give them any help at all, and they're going to provide us feedback. And that's what just occurred, right? So we were able to give this to a unit, install it on Abrams and Bradleys and JLTVs. They went out of the field, out at NTC, and they in the dirt, and we learned a lot, right? We know we're not where we need to be yet, but we're certainly further along than we were at NetModX, and definitely further along than we were a year ago at PCC4. So that's the importance of continuous iteration and experimentation. And without an agile contracting approach, even for experimentation, we wouldn't be able to do that, right? And so it is very important that we had that opportunity. It's important also to start small, right? So a lot of times we just want to start big and just try to bring everything in all at one time. And you know the deal, 99% of the time, the weight of that just kind of crushes the initiative. And so we said, no, we need to start small. What are like the 6 kind of areas, data areas, warfighting functions that really we need to capitalize on to ensure that our commanders are going to be able to fight tonight. And so that's what we really focused our attention on. So starting small. Like I said, the importance of the warfighter feedback was huge. It's been every step of the way, but in particular, what we just learned at Project Convergence Capstone 5, we have pages and pages of notes that we haven't even sifted through yet from the warfighters saying, hey, you know what, this would be a lot, this is good. And we have much better situational awareness now than what we do with our legacy systems. And this is truly providing a capability to our commanders that they have a better, like they were slicing through the OPFOR at NTC, slicing through them because frankly, they had better C2, they had better situational awareness, they had ability to see more than what the OPFOR was able to do, and that's success, right? But that's the importance. They had to go back to their legacy kit on the last phase, and the OPFOR had a significant advantage. So it was quite telling just to understand, how much a C2 capability like this can change, is going to really change warfighting. So I think that's all very important, and we have to be ready for all environments. Right? So we have to be ready to be able to fight in any environment. So that's why in the dirt, experimentation is also important. We need to be able to operate in the desert. We need to operate in the jungle. We have to be able to operate in cold environments and hot environments. And you don't do that until you actually get there. So that iteration is important. Then I'll say, what General Rainey really wanted to do differently this time is he wanted to make sure that we were providing industry the opportunity to provide feedback. So we created a characteristics of need statement, and we did a couple iterations of that now, and you've probably seen it. If you haven't, it's all over sam.gov. And we produced that, and the Chief of Staff of the Army signed off on it. And it said it initially started with, here's nine characteristics. Here's the 9 things that we need industry help with to ensure that we're getting after this. And we listed those 9 out, right? And then we've increased it by a few, but we wanted to keep it small. The original document's at 2 pages. I think the new one, because of a graphic, is at 3. That's what we want to do, is provide industry something that industry could provide that level of feedback on. And that's what the characteristics of need is. And I think that's just a different way for us to start. It's not an acquisition document. It's not a requirements document in the traditional sense. But what it does is start the conversation between the government and industry so we can start having that experimentation together. And really, what I'll finish up with, the con is really a problem statement. It's what we want. We don't want to produce more. We don't want to be overly prescriptive. So we say, here's the problem statement, industry. Come help us. And here's the areas specifically that we're going to need that help. So that's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Rob, did you have anything?
No, I don't know what else to cover. That was good. No, I would just say that on the requirements phase, very, very critical, and I think I would, along those lines, we've kind of vacillated over the time, and now we're more in the describe versus the prescribe mode, very specific. And we must openly admit as a community, for those of us who have been there for a while, we vacillated, right? And sometimes industry, if I give it to you vague, what do you ask me for? More detail. I get more detail, and you're too prescriptive. But I think we're balancing it about right, and I do agree to enable many of those other things. I would absolutely underscore the value of not only experimentation, because it allows us to be able to learn things early, but also as we go down this continuous transformation, that transformation in contact. And it's not just requirements in the M. You got to think about those other elements that we have learned on the doctrinal employment, the organizational structure, the training, you name it. And so all of those have been things that I think that have allowed us to learn early. I would also say that the ability to get that feedback early directly to the folks that are coding, developing, bending metal, or others is very informative. And sometimes when you experiment, like in life, sometimes the things that you learn that maybe have not worked out so well for you are just as informative and helpful as the things that have worked out highly successful. I can certainly say that. And so the other thing on requirements too, I think there's now more than ever an opportunity in the trade process, because you may not need to nor be able to deliver everything up front, but you can have some informative trades to be able to deliver that over time and be able to iterate that, I think was mentioned, and all the other constructs that Ms. Swanson talked about, I think help us, and what General Thurgood talked about. And one of the other things that I think we're also tackling too in this world of agility is then from our funding structures, starting small and looking how can we more smartly organize our resourcing, so as we want to do things early, and we call it flexible funding or others, and just organizing our structure so that we can do things as the threat changes, as technology changes, within that early environment, all part of the requirements phase. So just a couple thoughts.
I really appreciate that, Rob. Mitch, Neil, any comments?
Yeah, I think there's a really important and subtle distinction between talking about requirements and this idea of needs. And so I would definitely second the point here that the more that the Army goes and prescribes complex, sophisticated requirements, it actually takes away industry's ability to propose novel approaches to actually meet the specific needs or objectives that the department has. And preserving that optionality is the thing that provides the ability for us to remain creative in approaching things in new ways that provide everything from cost benefits to the actual increased lethality on the actual capability delivery side. And so with that, I think there's actually a few other kind of practical considerations. At least we've observed some challenges, particularly with the traditional requirements development process. And that's often that the requirements development happens in a vacuum, where you kind of overanalyze what the problem is, look for a general solution, package together what that actually is, and then advance it forward. And historically, that's actually happened without sufficient opportunity, not only for soldier feedback, which I think is by far the number one most important consideration in actually getting capability adapted and into the hands of soldiers who can actually use this. But the industry feedback has been, I think, a new change that at least I've observed from the Army within the last about 18 to 24 months. And having industry actually have the opportunity to provide inputs into where activity is occurring on the kind of private R&D side, and we're also seeing similar challenges arise in forums that don't necessarily look Army on the surface is critically important. So I'll share one story on this. About probably 2.5, 3 years ago, we were bidding a program for the Army, and this was right around the same time the industry was coming out with its large language models and saying, hey, these are ready for prime time. We were seeing a lot of partners in our business on the commercial side actually move to automated business processes as a way to actually advance and maintain competitive in their own businesses. And the Army at the time had developed a very complex, sophisticated set of requirements on modernizing its own business systems and wanted to make that more efficient. And we actually advanced forward a proposal halfway through the bidding process to introduce this new technology that was coming to bear on the market, something that we'd been investing in privately for some time. And due to the way in which the evaluation occurs on on the acquisition side, that new technology or new approach wasn't able to be evaluated for merit in the context of satisfying those requirements due to the overprescription of what the Army was looking for. And not to say that the Army wasn't open to agile ways of introducing capabilities, but just the process itself ended up taking up all the airspace away from actually going and trying new types of ideas. And I've seen significant progress since then, but that's the type of thing that with industry feedback and engagement early, you can get exposed to, but then also on the capability needs and looking for feedback prior to actual capability being competed and awarded can also allow for the ways in which capability is actually delivered can be adapted during the process of acquisition of delivery. The one thing that I would caution on here for the top of the panel is the kind of movement to agile contracting has been extraordinarily beneficial in this context. But I would also just note that agile itself is a process rather than an outcome. And so where that starts to actually break down is if we see an overinvestment, particularly in terms of the human culture, of wanting to look at sort of using the process or evaluating the process itself as the requirement for delivering capability. And so I think the right approach is to move towards agile acquisition. The wrong approach would be to actually go and impose a particular process that actually limits industry's ability to try out new ways of actually achieving the outcomes that the department's looking for.
Thanks, Mitch. Neil?
Maybe just a couple of thoughts, maybe just some thoughts out there to get the juices flowing. So you asked the question, do we understand the requirement document? And I think the message I would take away from this panel is we do, and it doesn't have much flexibility. Here's the problem with that. If you're one of the great 06 PMs that are sitting here in the audience, they're trying to get through the process in the Pentagon, and they want to know how you're going to measure thresholds and objectives. So when we stood up the Army Futures Command, at the same time I was standing up the RCCTO, we made up a document, literally General Murray and I and his staff, called the abbreviated CDD. And so that was just characteristics. We want to try something, we want to move fast, we want to be agile, but you can't do that with threshold and objectives. You can only do that with characteristics. So if you believe that programs of record are not the future for non-capital equipment, then how do I get a requirement document, and then when do I actually need a CDD? So maybe the answer is we don't even do CDDs until milestone C. Literally up to that point, we just use ACDDs and give industry a huge amount of flexibility and to change as we go, as technology adapts. And then it feeds to this idea that I'm overly enthusiastic about, which is soldier-centered design. Bringing the soldiers in at the virtual reality stage of design, not later in the program, literally right up front. I'll give you a quick example. When we were doing the offensive hypersonic weapons, we actually had our soldiers in a 3D virtual environment, and we had them do maintenance on the generators on the hypersonic weapon trailer. And they had all the PPE on, and it turned out that they actually couldn't, the engineers had optimized the trailer so well that the soldier with all their PPE on could not get to the panel to do the day-to-day maintenance on an environmental control unit. And so we didn't really know what to do, so we called NASCAR, who are really good at changing things really fast, and they gave us a great solution, and we changed that before we ever bent the first piece of metal. Imagine having learned that at OT, and the cost that would cause it to change that in OT 3 or 4 years later. So this idea of soldier-centered design, I think, is really important. And then the last thought I'll just offer is, how many of our requirements are older than 2019, which is when we changed our national defense strategy. So, Rob, you said this earlier, and I thought it was a really great comment. We should, and General Rainey set it up in the little lunch thing we had prior to this. We should go back and look at every requirement document written prior to 2019, and does it have flexibility to do autonomy? Can it be software driven? And the most likely outcome is they probably don't. And so and we don't need to rewrite the CDD, just throw an annex on there, right? Just throw something on there that allows us to be agile and flexible. And so just think about the ways that we can help the 06 PM get through the process, which, by the way, wants all of the program record data in non-program record status. That's the fight the PMs are having when they go to the building. We want to do fast prototyping, but they want all the metrics of a full program of record. That behavior is inconsistent with the outcome that we want. And so we need great leaders like Ms. Swanson and General Collins to help bring the process up to them so they can actually make a decision without all of the knowledge that we're used to in programs of record.
No, great comments, and I did want to hit a couple things. I think there were some excellent points made, and I may work in reverse order if I could. One, you're very kind in the date that you mentioned on the requirement on the books of how old it may be, and so we collectively are working in the AFC team, the GA team, the entire collective community is looking at those requirements that may no longer be need modified or endorsed to continue. And so that is one, an area, and I know was mentioned earlier by our under this morning too, if not, war winning, and one of the hardest things that we do is the big D word and, divesting. And so we need to make sure that we, take a look at that. So I do think that's a very valid point. I did also want to mention too, I fully, wholeheartedly agree, although we look at processes of how we can address, never lose sight of outcomes. And, outcomes and some things that will resonate, there are many others, but, is it effective? Is it suitable? Is it survivable? I think we always need to be looking at the outcomes of not just have we addressed and then those are measurable. Sometimes you get metrics on software, and this leader here has done a great job of, it's not about fixing things, it's about have we made it better, and is it more usable for the user? And then too, on the value piece, there are tools, and we're continuing to look at tools where there may be requirements, and as you go in and evaluate, you can monetize and look at things that may be additional benefits. And there are processes where we can do that. And then I think too, setting incentives, because we want the collective team win-win, war-winning capability, providing war-winning capability, and incentivized to do all those good behaviors, and then place those incentives at a point of delivery that it matters to drive the good behavior. So I think all good points. I just want to reinforce that. Thank you.
Those are some really, really good comments. And I would like to add one comment, and it's not because I'm sitting right here besides General Collins, but I was chatting with Command Sergeant Major Randy. And we was talking, and now we're talking to Assault Sergeant Major, and he's an infantryman straight out of coming from a division. Now, and frankly speaking, I struggle with requirements, just getting them right as I came through the ranks. But to get the requirement right, you got to have the right person to look at it. And when you start talking about the division sergeant majors and these battalion sergeant majors and et cetera, there's an opportunity to get it right. And so, again, my hat's off to you for leaning forward on that. Okay, we're going to move to the next question.
Could I make a quick comment? So we have disguised him as Randy because I want to protect the innocent, but we only pick people with the first name of Rob sometimes. But it's Rob Haney, and one of the greatest battle buddies that's been contributed, Sergeant Major, and talk about bringing value and getting grounded of what's going on with the war fight. And there are environments we get a lot of feedback in through a lot of communities, and Sergeant Major Haney sitting right there has been exponential in being able to do that. But yes, Randy, we keep him disguised.
Randy,
Handy. Toothpaste is out of the tube now, Larry. Sorry. So.
Okay. Since we're talking about requirements, I'm gonna throw this question at Mrs. Swanson, and So when we talk about the requirements, it's obviously we got to have an effective design. So the Army has implemented digital engineering across its programs, as mentioned by Lieutenant General Collins. So, Mrs. Swanson, can you share a little bit more about what the Army is doing in that space?
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually just hosted a Warriors Corner event a couple hours ago in the exhibit hall with our PM for Flora, Colonel Jeff Paquette, and Bell, who is the Flora industry partner. Because I think Flora is it's one of our best examples of how digital engineering can really make a humongous difference in terms of being able to, number one, make sure that the requirements are met in the design without bending metal, right? Without actually spending money on a hardware prototype. Being able to quickly and effectively determine the impact of changes to the design. If a requirement changes, or if there's an issue with a material and I want to understand the impact of using a different material, you can model that in a digital environment, and again, it's much more cost effective and it's much faster, and frankly it's more accurate because you're able to really see the whole thing come together very quickly and understand if it's going to work or not. And so, General Thurgood talked earlier about the hypersonics missile experience from a user-centered design perspective and being able to find a problem years before you actually go to test. Very similar with digital engineering. And we all know in acquisition, one of the horrors is showing up at a test, and that's when you find out that something isn't working, and that's the old way of doing business. But the new way of doing business with all this technology, including digital engineering, is you get to figure that out before you go to test. And so the test really becomes, I would say, I don't want to call it a formality, because we obviously eventually have to build something and make, especially when you're talking about an aircraft, make sure that it works as intended. But you shook out all of the problems ahead of time, and you did that without any investment in building hardware prototypes. And I think that's hugely impactful and allows us to really move much faster. One of the things that we are doing right now, and we're going to do some real-time public staffing here, you and me, because you're not trying this yet, but we'll be bringing it to you soon.
Sounds good already.
Is we're looking at, when we do program of record acquisition, we often follow the model of building multiple prototypes, right? And then we down select. So we'll down select from something like white papers or something that is not a hardware prototype to companies that we say, okay, these guys really get it. Let's build 3 hardware prototypes and let's figure out how that works. And then let's down select to, whoever's going to win, or 2 or whatever. I think we could do that digitally. And I think it would save a lot of money and a lot of time. And so obviously when you pick the winner, yes, you have to build something. But I think there might be a way where we don't have to spend money on building those prototypes, because whatever we don't pick, we're throwing out, right? And so that's investment that we made that is not actually generating an ROI. And I think that digital engineering is advanced enough at this point that it could potentially help us to do that. Maybe not in all cases, but right now we're going through, building a framework and what would that look like. And it's something that I would love actually to get industry feedback on, in terms of, do you guys think that's crazy, or is that, something that makes sense? Because I think it would really allow us to just spend money on the things that we're actually going to build in field. Instead of, just things that we know 2 or 3 of them we're not actually going to ever buy. So I don't know if you have thoughts, or I don't mean to put you on the spot, because I know I just threw that out. So if you don't have thoughts, that's completely fine. But you guys can also follow up with me after to, give me your thoughts if you have any.
No, I mean, I think in general, that type of more continuous learning approach, prior to the kind of traditional 5 to 10 year custom development cycle, where you then have the, whether it's operational tests or user acceptance tests at the end of that period, makes a lot of sense. It both identifies problems early. It allows us to compress the learning cycle considerably and adapt to changes quickly, and then also switch between vendors and encourage competition. I would actually go maybe one step further to suggest that a lot of companies are also doing that type of digital testing organically. Yeah. And so the extent to which the Army can actually go and look at what are the tests and capabilities and lessons learned that exist organically inside of the partners that you'd be evaluating might be a way to even further extend the efficiency savings or learning cycle than just looking at the Army building organic capabilities in its own right to then go and project out into industry.
Yeah.
We've had this conversation before, but I think the kind of interesting point to evaluate there is just the difference between what is the capacity of the larger companies that have made those organic investments without compromising the opportunity for the Army to subsidize those types of tools to smaller businesses that actually allow them to accelerate into the market. And I think that's maybe would be an interesting follow-up.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I mean, the concept would be not us building them, but really the industry partners that are selected for, say, the 3 or the 4 or whatever models, and if they already exist, even better, right? Because if it's already a product that you've productized and you have that model developed, then that's less investment for you and faster for us.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I think we can be much better at using a digital environment to make decisions, and I think we should do that. I would also say that in that process, we should move away from kind of large spans of time to make a decision and use gates, right, with the industry partners. Yeah. And, gate 1 is this, and that has to be agreed to before the contract's signed, right? And it should be as binary as possible, yes or no. And so if you have a gated process, what industry wants to do is be successful. They also want to know if they're not going to be successful, they want to reduce their investment, right? So having a gated process, not a milestone with these big gaps of time. If you start in the digital environment, then use gates and criteria that are set. I think Mitch hit on something that has to be accounted for in that process. A lot of small, innovative companies aren't going to have huge modeling and simulation capabilities. So there has to be a balance of that in the process. But I think anytime we can make decisions in a digital environment before we bend metal is a positive outcome.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that feedback. And yeah, we have to think through how we enable those smaller companies to compete without putting them in a disadvantage because they don't have all those tools. I think that's a very valid point. Okay, thank you.
I think General Collins had a comment.
You do?
Yeah, so I would say what we were kind of just acknowledging, just like yesterday, we would do the doors allocation of how long that would take, right, to do all the engineering process, and the speed at which we can now do that, I think is absolutely tremendous. And when you harness the ability to look at does it work in the supply chain, I think there's a number of other things that you can start to look at too, where there are bottlenecks or what if drills or whatnot. I would also say big fan of Missouri state motto, show me versus paper deep. I do think, concept, not, kind of what you're alluding to, and I really like the idea already on stage here. Bringing in a small bid sample, and maybe there's a way to tailor that because not all can do, as to General Thurgood's point, but seeing something and just kind of having that gate to be able to make that decision, even with a couple criteria, is much deeper than just paper deep. And I think we've got those abilities, have seen that, done that, and I think that's very helpful. And then I would also like to say too, as we make those decisions, and we may potentially off-ramp for those conditions, I would encourage that that's not the forever ever decision. We work opportunities, and where folks can continue to keep up, there are opportunities to on-ramp too as well. So I think that's kind of the new era as I start to look at, things that may be an option to be able to do, just so we can continue to keep those things alive. So I just want to make those couple comments, so thank you.
If I could add to that, I think we also, in the discussion earlier, were talking about the as-a-service model. And so I think about a lot of the comments you were making was, just to get to that initial decision of the Army's deciding to go and make an investment in a capability, there's the whole other long tail of actually, for using maybe a word that's going out of favor, but sustaining that capability in the context of operational viability. And this as-a-service business model that I think a lot of industry is moving towards actually is a really healthy balance of a continuous process of ensuring that the incentives are set up in such a way that there is a clear, easy ability to off-ramp. So there's not 5, 10-year long commitments, but the moment the capability is no longer needed or in use, you can go and turn it off. That makes someone like me and my team be on our toes constantly to go and try to outcompete, and we love real competition, so outcompete our peers. Everyone ends up bringing better capability, and then there's a mechanism in which this funding is sustained in a way that's actually aligned and commensurate with the operational outcomes and viability. So I would just supportive both of kind of what you're suggesting for the acquisition process, but would offer that we continue that way of thinking the whole way through the life cycle of a program.
And I would tell you is we mentioned buying models, and that's a great point. And just I think for all, the as a service, and we've seen things where it's worked well. You mentioned, and we'll go look into this business system that you talk about. But the software piece, that was a light joke, but software, satellite. I think there's some clear use cases, and maybe some things that we need to take a better look at as we look at those, because I think that is certainly something that where we've got a lot of opportunity to kind of look at that business model. So thank you.
Totally agree.
Yep.
Well, I appreciate General Collins helping with the transition, because I want to direct this next question to Mission General Thorogood down there. And
you're welcome, Neil.
The question is, how do you ensure technologies are in line with the soldiers' operational needs, especially when realizing on feedback during the development cycle? Can you
so I think something's there's a really interesting moment that we're in right now, where I think if you go back to kind of the Cold War era, the government was really invested in kind of we might think of as foundational or basic research in critical technologies. And we've come to a moment now where a lot of the critical technologies that are relevant in the kind of national security problem broadly are actually being highly subsidized by the capital markets. The most kind of obvious and trite example of this, of course, is the AI capabilities. And so your question actually raises a really interesting point. If the federal government and in this case the Army in particular doesn't need to, or quite frankly is incapable of making the appropriate investments in those basic capabilities, basic technologies, not only I think is the question, how can we ensure that those capabilities are meeting the needs of the soldiers, but actually that the investments are focused in terms of adapting those kind of basic critical technologies in the context of it being relevant to the fight itself. I would say the primary lesson that we've learned, and really the way in which we've organized our entire business, is realizing that kind of last mile adaptation of technologies into making an operational difference is unfortunately, perhaps, certainly for folks like myself who want to be analytically minded, is an inductive process. So we have to be prepared to fail quickly, and fail in the context of where the operation is occurring itself. So I would just second Neil's comments that soldier-centric design is paramount in that, but then it also means we need to be precise and focused in terms of where we're actually going and doing that technology injection, and doing that in a context where you have sufficient leadership, and leadership that is incentivized or at least encouraged and willing to fail, learn, adapt, and continue on. And I think that's the only way to actually achieve the change that we're looking for. If we sit back and try to deductively analyze what we think the soldier needs based on protracted assessment, we probably won't get to the right answer, and we certainly won't get to an answer soon enough that actually gives us the maneuver space to go and actually make changes to that kind of last mile adaptation of capability.
Okay, Neil?
Now, I think it's a great question, Larry. I would just offer, as we think about requirements and the changing of requirements, I think we need a fundamental shift in our mindset. And I'll try to link a couple of things as to why I believe that's true. Technology is changing at a faster rate than we've ever seen. We're in the time in history when the cost of the defense is more than the cost of the offense. If you believe technology is going to change rapidly, then we're not going to have big programs of record for non-capital equipment. So if you combine those 2 or 3 fundamental premises, then you're going to get to a point very quickly that says we need to iterate with a group of users and material professionals in industry in a single cell quickly. Rob, you said it earlier. Every program must have a set of, even if it's a 2-year program, a set of on-ramps and off-ramps. And generally, we don't think that way when we write a requirement document, when we write our acquisition strategy. I'll give you an example. I just recently went through this, but I use a historical example so it's not quite so emotional for some. When we did the directed energy programs for the Army, we had a very detailed gate process. 7 gates. It was a go, no-go to all the gates. And one of the industry partners came to me and said, and oh, by the way, when we were doing that, we cost shared. I think a common characteristic of the future with industry that's going to move at pace is cost share everything. So we had the 7 gates that we went through, and we picked 2 teams in the down select process. And then one of the partners that was not selected came to me and said, we will pay our own way to get to gate 7, which was the final decision point. If that's true, can we come back into the competition? And I said, absolutely. Think about the power of that on-ramp or off-ramp. So not only is the government going to get cost share out of the 2 partners that were selected, but the pressure of competition, which industry loves, by the way, will continue at the cost of a venture capitalist company, in this particular case, so that when we got to gate 7, we actually had more choices. We should learn a lesson, in my opinion, from that outcome. These on-ramps and off-ramps, Rob, that you're talking about, have to be at every decision point. It can't be occasionally. It has to be at every decision point. And if you want to bring the private equity non-traditionals into the fight faster and keep them in the fight, then give them the opportunity. And if they believe in the thing that they're executing, they'll fund that to that decision point. And the government has more competition and better likelihood of outcome. And I think industry is willing to take that risk. My sense of industry is they're willing to take that risk if they believe that there actually is a viable choice to be made. Now, the moment in time that there's the hint that it's not a viable choice, then industry will hit the cargo release button and off they go. So I think having the ability to on-ramp and off-ramp at the speed of technology is really, really important in this conversation.
Thanks, Neil. I think that the audience will find this next question very, very interesting. The Army seems to be on the forefront of adopting and adapting to emerging technologies like AI/ML. And we know that both speed, efficiency are critical when it comes to not just keeping up with, but also surpassing our adversaries as technology evolves. It kind of goes back into what General Thurgood was talking about. What are some of the ways we've been able to accelerate our progress in these areas when it comes to Agile acquisition? And so I want to direct this question, starting with General Collins.
Oh, all right, great, yeah. Well, no, I mean, I know we've talked a lot about, both lethality and speed, and as you think about the things, we are certainly, each and every day, every one of us is being asked to do more, and sometimes as we look, we may not always have more to do more. We need to think about how we can do more, both efficiently and effectively, and I think, artificial intelligence offers that opportunity to be able to do that faster, quicker. In fact, we've even spent a lot of time, looking at things, how AI can help, me as a leader be able to see and visualize, describe, act as it used to go, to be able to do that. I know we've talked about a number of activities from from the software aspect, the ability to iterate here too. Probably one of the things that we didn't talk about, is we go through and we test too, because we do want to make sure that as we get into this environment, there's policy, there's other implications we need to test. I was been part of intelligence programs, and you just got the authenticity, the outcomes right on how we do that. But I think we're able to do so in a very iterative process. One, and I think we can move fast too. I talked about the D word. There's also the R word, reciprocity, right? And so if something has been used in a particular case, and we're going to use it in a similar particular case, then maybe we ought to allow, with this limited set of checks and balances, to do some reciprocity. That's probably thing one. I would just say thing two, as we look at this, I think spending more time on trying to identify the problem that you're trying to solve, as we've as you taught me, and then once we got to that, and a use case, then I think those are two particular areas. And we've certainly talked about, as we look to the design and AI, as we would look about layered protection, a lot of opportunities in that use case. As we talk about next gen command and control, I think those are some use cases that I think that have an opportunity. But I do think those are some areas that would help accelerate the adoption, the ability to move on beyond what we've already talked about.
Ms. Swanson, do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I do. So I'm going to separate my comments into generative AI, because that's really part of what you talked about. You talked about both, but part of what you talked about, which is how do we become more efficient, which helps us to be more agile in acquisition as well. And then discriminative AI, which is really, for Intel, for Next Gen C2, for all of our programs, what are the things that we need to do to leverage AI so that we can have, we can better warfight. So for Gen AI, I teamed with Leo Garciga, who's our CIO, a few months ago to evaluate some tools, commercial tools that are on the market that are approved for use for us, right? Because we have, at a minimum, CUI requirements, and then in some cases, SIPR, et cetera. And so there are tools, there are companies out there that have developed tools and have gone through the FedRAMP process and have done the things that they need to do. And so I'm happy to report we now have one. And I think I saw your email this weekend that you got your account set up on our new Gen AI tool. So we've been using it for a little while, trying to play with it. And I will say it is, I realize that for everybody, we all use ChatGPT or Claude or whatever at home, but we can't use that at work. And so to now have it at work is a big deal. It is very helpful, and it's really pretty time-saving for all of us, which is very exciting. From a program perspective, we have a team, I have a team that has been really focused on AI for about the last year. And the focus is really, what are the things that we need to be doing to take third-party industry models, train them on Army data, and validate them to make sure that they're doing the things that we need them to do trained on Army data, right? And I'm not going to go into all the details. There's a lot to that. I mean, it's not necessarily trivial, but we don't want to be in the business necessarily of developing our own models. There's a lot of commercial models that we can leverage, but obviously they have to be trained correctly to do the things that we need them to do. And so that's been a big focus. And one of the things that we have found that is, quite frankly, still a gap, and it's a gap across the whole AI industry. We've talked to, I think, both of you guys and others in terms of how are we, what are the things that industry is doing to try to get after it, is making sure that they are secure enough, right? And I think the amount of security you need depends on where it is and your use case. If it's a business system, maybe less, depending on what that's doing. If it's at the tip of the spear, it's on a tank processing data that we're going to use to maybe target something, probably more important that we know for sure that our data is not poison, that there's not Trojans in there, that China has somehow, has the ability to take that algorithm and turn it back on us. There's a lot of concerns that we're working through. But that's really been our focus because, again, what we're trying to do is really lay the foundation for how do we implement AI properly across all of the programs that are going to need it. Data, we have a lot of data, but we need the ability to harness that data and really give commanders immediate courses of action and solutions and options based on the data that they have.
Hey, Tay, we got about 3 minutes, and I want to throw this question out there so you could quickly comment on it. And the question is, what relationships been like between government and industry in this Agile acquisition process? Please incorporate what you want your government and industry partners to know.
I think we should let you guys answer first.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Got about 3 minutes.
Well, I would just to comment on the last question, and I'll move to that. I did want to share just one very concrete example because we were talking about outcomes. So just, what does that mean in practice? I think we frame this in the context of efficiency. I'll tell you, I don't really like the word efficiency. I care more about efficacy. Just to share this, 18th Airborne Corps was doing an AI investment about a year ago, and they were actually able to try to rebuild one of their targeting cells that was aligned with something they were doing under Operation Iraqi Freedom, except with AI capabilities actually assisting that targeting cell. They were able to recreate the lethality of that targeting cell with 20 people when during the operation it actually required 2,000. So what we're seeing here from an efficacy perspective is a 100x increase in lethality due to the right way in which we're actually embedding these capabilities into units. And so the wrong takeaway is, we can actually draw down the number of soldiers that are necessary to achieve that outcome. The right takeaway is that with the right combination of these tools, with the right partnerships, we can actually achieve things like 200x overmatch on our adversaries. And that's really what ultimately this is about. This is why we want to move more quickly. This is the way in which everything that we're talking about here actually becomes a component of the deterrence strategy and a component of national security strategy. To that end, I would say the kind of biggest thing that I've observed in the last couple of years, and what I would encourage the Army to pay attention to, something that Neil touched on, the amount of private capital that is going into new and emerging companies that want to bring their wares and their capabilities into the Army is something that we haven't seen really in the past 50 years. And so that tells return on investor, and that all the things that we're talking about is actually being heard by industry. And so the question now is whether or not the Army's ready to actually meet the moment, create those markets, and show industry that this talk is serious. And the consequence of that is, even in a constrained fiscal environment and where we're trying to figure out things like fiscal agility, we're going to have access to hundreds of billions of dollars of private capital that actually want to come in and solve these problems, which I just think is one of the most powerful tools that exists in the Army's tool belt right now.
Okay. Neil, we got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, just real quick, I would say the number one thing between the industry and the DoD relationship is 100% engagement. 100% engagement. I'm looking at General Cheney, and we were together in a previous life. When I would get a new officer into the command, I would say, your first 90 days is with your industry partner. Don't come here, go there. There is only advantage to being 100% transparent, because almost everything that the material world does is foilable to begin with. It's going to be public record and the dollars that's spent, and they're going to be open source decisions. So let's don't act like that's not true. Let's act like the truth is in front of us, and let's use that truth to help us accelerate. When we I'll just close with this example. When we used hypersonic weapons, we formed. There were 6 companies that we needed to have contracts to produce the weapon system. And so when we made the contract awards, I called the CEOs in. I said, okay, here's what's going to happen. We're going to have one integrated master schedule, one integrated financials across 6 companies. And they're like, we've never done that before. We're not sure we want to be that transparent with our competitor mates. And I'm like, it's not a choice. This is what's going to happen if you want to be on this program. For 6 months, it was totally painful, extremely painful. Month 7, it was very, very good. And so I think that transparency, I think we have to embrace it on the industry side. We have to embrace it on the government side, and that means trust, right? It means waking up every day going, look, I think somebody wants to do something good today. Let's do that something good together. And if we can do that, then we'll accelerate the behavior of accelerating technology.
It's a great way to end it. Let's hear it for this panel, superb panel. Thank you, Larry. I won't hold you up here. You can leave. Thanks very much. Great job. Hey, a tremendous first day, and really great panels, and really just appreciate the quality of questions coming in. Really incredibly effective. Right now, there's a reception starting now over in the exhibit hall. I'd encourage you till 5 o'clock. Head on over to the exhibit hall and join the reception. There'll also be the Generation Next, the young professionals, are having a gathering in Salon 2, 5 to 7. You're welcome to attend that and see these bright young professionals, 5 to 7. That's sponsored by the Huntsville Redstone AUSA chapter, 5 to 7 tonight. And finally, we'll start tomorrow morning, the 7:30. You'll have the great coffee and breakfast here starting at 7:30. 8:30 we'll start in here. So we will see you tomorrow, or we'll see you at the reception here in a few minutes. Thanks.